Why the? That should not be the thumbnail. Give me some of that key art. Swag. Oh, that's interesting. They have like an AI thing where it's like you have to say if it is altered content. Alters footage of real event or places, generates a realistic looking scene that didn't actually occur, makes someone appear or say something they didn't say or do. That's cool. Whether or not it'll be, you know, enforced, that's something else entirely. Alright, let's see. I wish I could figure out how to move this around. Because that's there. Hey, what's up, Christine? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I figure I'm just gonna stream, like if I'm talking about Magic in general, I'm just gonna stream to Twitch. Or to YouTube. If I'm doing like non-Magic stuff, then I'll probably stream to Twitch still. Just because Twitch is dramatically easier to use. Sorry. It's very hard. Balancing audio fucking sucks. Let me know if I'm too low or the music's too loud. Oh! I just realized. It's taking chat. It didn't used to do that. Swag. Alright, cool. We haven't gotten anything more. Just really quickly. I wanted to talk about recyclable hydroponic. Yeah, I know. I want to talk about this. Viashino are now becoming lizards. Good. I appreciate this. I still think Wizards should do nested hierarchies where Viashino are allowed to be like they're allowed to exist, but they're also lizards, right? And then you could have like dinosaurs also being lizards. Although then people would be like, well, why don't you make birds dinosaurs as well? It's like, fuck you, alright? Nested hierarchies aren't perfect when trying to turn them into a game. But you know, I think this is good. Yeah, in general, I like this change. Essentially anything that allows more creature type synergies, I'm generally for. So I just wanted to reference that real quick. And let's talk about a lot of cards. I have to like scroll down on all of these. The fucking delay on my screen though. Wait, excuse me, what? Some should be lizards, some should be dragons. Yeah, I can see that. Because Viashino are supposed to be a little bit more dragon-like. They're similar to kobolds in that way. Why? Why is there such a fucking delay? I hate it. I forgot that about YouTube. Hello. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm the stupid one. Why weren't you showing it live? The thing on my screen, the thing on YouTube's screen wasn't at the front. It was like mostly there. So I thought y'all were still looking at the Tumblr thing. God damn it, YouTube. The interface is not as good. By the way, the music I'm playing is from Red Dead Redemption. Hopefully I don't get flagged. Regardless. I really like these basic lands. They're very reminiscent of the Nyx lands. Insofar as we're getting the symbol in the art. Some of them look better than others in terms of integrating the symbol into the art. I'm very sad that I can't, like, make this just, like, positioned better, but it's what it is. I like the Nyx ones better. I mean, I do too. Also, I'm not. I don't know if I'm a professional anymore. I don't think I get paid enough to be considered a professional. But yeah, so I like the plains as a plains, but the clouds don't do that. The island I like as an island and is relatively good. In terms of like the way it's integrated in the thing. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking can I have any like just aren't words in them? Probably not, is my guess. Island's cool. Yeah. I because this is something that I could see happening. The rounded bottom is a bit strange, but if we assume that this was just like at some point like kind of just a rectangle and it like did like that, I think that's fine. I'll never unsee the island symbol as a ball sack. I hope you mean ball sack literally, because there's not enough room for a second one in there. The swamp I don't like as a swamp, nor as an integration in this. All right, well I can't do this. I fucking music. Goddamn motherfucker. Fucking, I wanted to do. Let's see. Oh god, what the? Copyright. Free Western music. No words. Alright, theoretically this should work. Balchidian. They're making another fucking not Men in Black, Bad Boys. How old are these MFs? In Martin Lawrence. He's 58. My man's is nearly 60. There was a Bad Boys in 2020? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. They're milking it now? Yeah. One ball like famous professional streamer Northern Lion. I want him to play more West of whatever, or blank of Loathing. West of Loathing was just so fun. What are the spikes even made of? Yeah, I don't know. I don't love this one. Sand wouldn't do this unless it were very, very high up. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is just very large. Is that what it is? Are these supposed to be clouds? Because the way I was looking at it was like, this is like, I always thought this was like handprint big. That's a tar field from above. That's better. I did not grok it as that initially. I didn't think that this was very far away. I guess these are supposed to be roads, but like this does not read to me as that. It reads to me as like a puddle with some weird spikes in it. I guess it's better in that regard, because in that situation, these like juts and islands make sense, but otherwise, no. Boop. The mountain, look, I understand there's floating rocks and stuff in a bunch of different places, but if you're gonna have curved rock, make sure the other rocks are curved. Because like if there was more stuff like this, like if this was curved, if you know this back here was curved, then it'd be fine. But it's weird that these are like cuboid and it's fucking round as hell. On my face. I really like this one. I think I like this one the best because like the symbol's much more implied because it's using the negative space instead of the positive space. Right? All of the other ones, yeah, I would even say the black one also used positive space. Like this one's using negative space really well. I really like this one. I just realized there's a caravan in there. Yeah, I really like this one. All right, now we're getting to the actual cards. I'm doing this in preview order. I skipped over some things that I think are probably like leaks, because I remember there were some leaks that happened very, very early on. But if it looked like it was a leak, I wasn't gonna cross-reference that. Then I do the thing. Oh, you got a bounce, Christine? Have a good one. Hell to pay. X and a red. I've been very bored with the state of Magic lately. I'm hoping that changes. I haven't been bored. I've been frustrated. Oh, you're hanging out? Okay, cool. Cards they're coming out too fast. They straight up just are. Like, it feels like fucking yesterday that we had Murders of Karlov Manor out. Like, I can't stay invested in Magic when, by the time I'm able to actually play with the cards that just came out, new cards are coming out. I can't do it. It's too much. Additionally, I don't. It's worse here. I think Markov Manor was fine. I really think that they should have done to this what they did with One and Mom, where here we would like get the setup of, oh, there's this new plane, it doesn't have any sapient races on there, and for some reason it seems to be a hub for Omen pads, right? And that's the setup, and then you have this kind of Wild Western style where it's really about the Wild Western part. The Wild West part. And then they have a second one that is about the heist portion, right? Where they have a bunch of villains coming from a bunch of different places. Because at this point, right? So we have the beginning where it's really frontier. It's like frontiering, right? We get the fleshing out of the Atlan people, and the Cactus folk, and we start to see we see planar incursions, excursions, whatever, pioneers from various planes, and by the second set we get by the second set we get the actual word of mouth has reached out that this place exists, and tale has it that there is some treasure in a giant vault, right? And that's when you have the team join up, or you could even have in the first block, right, the base team comes together, right, because it's not just the 5 or whatever characters, 6 or whatever characters, it's them maybe in the first set where it's cool, and they could call it it's called Thunder Junction. I mean, they could do it either Thunder Junction, Omen Path, or Hub, something there, and then Thunder Junction Outlaws, right? And have the sequel be where a bunch of the villains come in, right? We're getting a bunch of cool cameos from people, and then we get the vault open and stuff, right? I think that would have done the game as a whole much better, especially if you pace it out a little, man. Pace it out a little. Anyway, we should be talking about cards. X in red deals X damage to target creature. Create a number of tap treasure tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt this way. 2 things here that they seem to be doing a little bit more of. Caring about excess damage. I really appreciate that, because giving red a little bit of benefit from overburning something, I think is very nice. I think it helps red in a way that isn't just print more burn spells that can go to the face better, but now if you have a modular spell, right, a spell that could go face or creature, you're able to not have the feel bads, right? Because if I lightning bolt at 2/2, I lose 1 point of damage. If I lightning bolt someone's face, I get all of the damage, right? This gives you a little bit extra. The second thing, what happened to big red decks? They still exist, but they're mostly just dragon decks now. The second thing is tap treasures. It seems like they're doing a little bit more with tap treasures, which I think is kind of in line with. I was reading somewhere, I think it was probably on Reddit, where sets are usually 2 years out, something like that, and I think the fervor for treasure distaste was 2 years ago or something like that. So it's possible that Wizards, this is kind of the solution that Wizards is working with, is okay, maybe making treasures is a bit too good, but we still want to be able to make treasures, especially for red. Red being able to be the primary treasure color, I think that's good. So I think making the tapped treasures, I think, is a nice compromise, because it allows you to still have, artifact triggers, and have that mana, but you don't get it immediately, right? And I think that's probably one of the reasons that people have issues with it, is how bursty it can be. So yeah, I really like this card. It's Fibblethip, Lost on the Range. This could have been a first set thing, right? Where it's Fibblethip is one of those characters who, yeah, it makes sense he would be here. He's getting lost. He goes places. He gets places. 3-mana 1/1 ward 2. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. The top card of your library has plot. The plot cost is equal to its mana cost. You may plot non-lands from the top of your library. Plot is, as a sorcerer, you can play a plot, pay the plot cost, and you put it face up in exile. Similar to Foretell, except when you cast a plot card when you use plot, you're able to cast it for free on a later turn, but only at sorcery speed. His title literally is The Lost, yeah. At first, I didn't understand the point. Right, with Foretell, there's a hidden aspect to it, and there is... Did I not say without paying its mana cost? Yeah, you cast it for free. With Foretell, right, there's the hidden aspect, right? Technically speaking, there are only so many playable Foretell cards, so, you kind of have a general idea of what your opponent is playing, but... for example, a blue-white control deck, it could be the board wipe, it could be the counter spell, it could be the draw spell, right? Those are the main ones, right? So, there is some ambiguity there. And so with plot, I was like, well, your opponent sees it coming, and like you still have to. Most of the plot costs that I've seen, right? Oh yeah, Epiphany. Yeah. We don't talk about that. It would feel better. I agree. Jesus Christ. At first, I really just didn't understand why you would do plot. Explosive turns. That's why. And we'll see later on that Wizards actually has made some cards that care about, casting multiple spells in a turn. And in fact, I think this is one of the best things that could have happened for that archetype, because I've for a long time felt that archetype was kind of just weak, because you essentially you had two different issues. You wanted to have enough cards in your hand so that you can cast 2 spells a turn, but if you're casting 2 spells a turn, you're losing your cards. Whereas with this, you essentially get to bank some cards. I think that's very valuable. Additionally, there's nice value in, like, sure, your opponent knows it's coming, but they can't discard it from your hand, for example, right? I think it's almost mind games. Well, I actually think that the mind games part of it is not as big of a deal here. My friends and I will play on Cockatrice before sets come out, just as like with EDH games. And so one of my friends made a Fibblethip deck. And of course, it was limited. He didn't have all that many actual plot cards, but he gets the plot whatever. And there is an interesting situation, right, where you get to see, especially with Fibblethip, you get to have these cards that you can kind of use whenever. So if you're in a situation where, like, you have a board wipe on the top, for example, or in the plot area, then it can be kind of mind tricky. But I mean, you still pretty much always know that it's coming. So if you're an aggro deck, you're playing around board wipes anyway. This just tells you, like, that you do know that they have it. So plot is like suspend, but they go face down. No, plot is face up, and suspend, it happens after a certain point, right? It's going to happen, like, suspend 3 is going to happen after the 3rd time counter is removed. With plot, you get to choose when to cast it, as long as it's sorcery speed, but you do get to cast it for free. And I think Fibblethip is actually a really good card for it. Being able to plot things that don't have plot is pretty good. Oh, nope, not talking about that one. Not talking about that one. I talked about those separately. Sounds kind of strong. It seems reasonable from what I played with in EDH. Whether or not that will change, who knows? This is an invitational card, world champion card, whatever. Duelist of the Mind, 2 mana, star 3, flying vigilance, human advisor. Okay. Duelist of the Mind's power is equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Whenever you commit a crime, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yes, king is correct. Number of cards you've drawn this turn. So, what's the point of vigilance here, man? Number of cards you've drawn this turn. So, on your opponent's turn, most of the time, it's going to be a 0-3. You can commit a crime in order to make it a 1-3. Sure, you can commit a bunch of crimes, but it's not card advantage, right? You're drawing a card, but you have to discard a card. So you're not necessarily able to get... Oh, yeah, I probably should have pulled that up. Not the follow-up mechanics. Mechanics of Thunder Junction. Thunder Junction. Thunder Junction. It also just casts instant card draw. I mean, yeah, that's true, but it only triggers once a turn. All right, Outlaws. Outlaws are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. I like when they do groupings like this. They need to do one for, like, sea monster, kraken, octopus, leviathan, like those. I like when Wizards does stuff like this, like a party, outlaw, and some people, but yeah, I mean, that's the issue. The crime part is, because you can't, like your opponent attacks with like 3 creatures, right? You can't target 2 of them to die and then be able to trade with the other one. I mean, it's sad. But yeah, I like this. It's like party in that way. Hell, if they did this for Canids, I would accept that. Right? If it was like let's just say Canids, I don't even care. If it was like Canids, you control whenever a Canid you control dies, gain like 3 life, whatever, I don't care. Like, if they had something like that, where it was just like, Canids are foxes, wolves, werewolves, dogs, jackals. I don't think they have any others. Like, if they did stuff like that, it'd be cool. Infernal Grasp plus Opt is an easy 2 power, but I hear you. The issue is just, like, you're playing good cards to make a not good card fine. Right? Like, that's my main issue with the card, is like, it just doesn't seem good. Yeah, so that's what Outlaws are. Committing a crime is you cast a spell, activate an ability, or put a triggered ability on the stack that targets an opponent, a spell or ability an opponent controls, a permanent an opponent controls, or a card in an opponent's graveyard. So if you counter someone's spell, that's a crime. If you use a kill spell, it's a crime. If you cast I don't remember the name of the card. Whatever, if you cast Reanimate targeting, you know, your opponent's Grizzlebrand, that's a crime. Use Demolition Field on your opponent's land, that's a crime. Target your opponent to draw 2 cards with Sign in Blood, that's a crime. And so those are crimes. Spree is a new modal type where the Spree cards themselves don't do anything. No, so, whoops. This card lets you loot. This card specifically lets you loot. Committing a crime is just doing one of those things, right? It's like Morbid. Committing a crime is something that happens, right? Just like if something dies, you are now the board state, the game state, whatever, is Morbid, right? It's similar. It's like that. It's like, have you committed a crime? When you commit a crime, it's like, have you killed a creature this turn? It's similar to that. I believe the way Spree is worded, you cannot not have a mode. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't just cast Final Showdown with nothing. Let me just see. You must choose one or more. Yeah. Yeah, you have to choose at least one thing. Yeah, cool. So you're essentially able to play this as... God, what's the combinations? 9? So you can play this as just this, just this, just this. You do it as this and this, this and this. You do it as this and this. No, that's 6. Oh no, because you can also do. I don't fucking. It's like 7. I don't fucking know, man. I'm not doing factorial, man. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, dumbass. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's 7. I'm stupid. Yeah, so that's essentially what Spree is. Mounts are their vehicles, but they're creatures. That is pretty much it. Mounts are creatures that you can attack normally with, but they are allowed to be mounted. And if you do, they're going to have some sort of benefit. That's what mounts are. Plot. You may pay plot cost and exile this card from your hand. Cast it as a sorcery on a later turn. Later turn. Very important. Throw like in list. Similar. Yeah. Similar. Cast as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Plot only as a sorcery. Sorcery speed things. You can only do it slow, because a plot has to be developed with patience. I don't fucking know. But yeah, then later you just get to cast it for free. So what's cool about this situation, right, is like, oh, I'm in a situation where I have 4 mana, and I have this card in hand, but nothing else to do really. So I could just plan the heist and get to draw 3 cards, Wait a minute. Also, this card is just good. Right? Four in blue, 4 mana instant draw 2, and 4 mana sorcery draw 3 is usually a little different than this. I think it's pretty good. So yeah, it's like, okay, I could do that, but I'm not getting maximum value because I don't get the surveil. So instead, you plot so that later on, like once you have MtG your hand, then you're like, all right, I'm gonna cast this spell for free. I get to surveil. I get to draw 3 cards. I have all this mana open, which is good. It makes it kind of makes off turns feel less bad. Yes. I hope mounts are like vehicles in the sense that they appear whenever or wherever is appropriate without being a set focus. I agree. Although my view is biased because I think that Wizards just letting mechanics be one-offs in general is good. Yeah. So like I would have another distinction. So we have deciduous, evergreen. We have deciduous evergreen mechanics, right? Evergreen mechanics are things that we'll see in every set, right? Surveil and Scry now are evergreen. Trample, flying, those things, evergreen. Deciduous are things that show up a decent amount, but it's not going to be in every set. It's going to be like where it fits. Trying to think of an example. I can't think of an example because I'm trash. But in my opinion, right, deciduous, what we call deciduous should now just be called like set mechanics. And then we can just have deciduous now be things. It's just like we're going to print if the card makes sense to have it, we print it. It's not going to be a part of the set, right? Evergreen, you can see a bunch of them in the set, right? You can see a bunch of creatures with flying. You can see a bunch of things with surveil, right? With deciduous, which I think should be called set mechanic, they're going to show up a lot in a set or in or in another set, right? These are both mechanics that show up a lot. And then what I would call deciduous are mechanics that Wizards can just include as 1, 2, 3 ofs, right? If they just make sense on a card. Right? I am for that being that distinction. Plotter's cool with Hellbent because you can have a bunch of plotted cards and an empty hand. Yep. So when I first saw plot, I was very confused by it, but I think it's pretty cool. It's a commander game thing. Yeah. Okay. That's all those. I think Foretell should have more because it makes everything predictable. I think Plot, Foretell, and Suspend are all similar mechanics, and I think they're different enough functionally that I like all of them existing. Cloaking. I don't like cloaking. Yeah, I don't like cloaking. I would have preferred if cloaks. I would prefer if it was still a morph creature, right? And it was just called. Same with manifest. The issue is there are different rules. I don't like that there are 3 like different distinctions. It's very annoying. Yeah, I don't think this card's good though. New Haunt, 1 and a blue and enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand, and New Haunt isn't a creature, it becomes a 3/3 spirit creature with flying, in addition to other types. So it stays an enchantment, notably, in addition to its other types. And then you have a 2 and a blue surveil 1. It's very interesting uncommon, because this obviously plays very nicely with plot, right? But it also plays nicely with flashback, jumpstart, all of those from the graveyard spells. It plays nicely with other exile spells like suspend and things like that. And also it plays nicely with you just like activating abilities, such as surveilling. Notably, this can only turn into a creature at the beginning of your end step, which is kind of scary. Bullet seems centered around plotting and casting on your opponent's turn. You can only plot on your turn. plotting is like full sorcery speed. Well, see, so I don't know if you would run a bunch of instant speed cards in a plot deck. Because, like, if you're running instant speed cards in a plot deck, then you're going to be in a situation where, let's say you have a 3-mana counter spell, and then a spell that plots for 3, right? At that point, you have to make that decision of, do I hold up mana, or do I play the plot card? If you hold up mana, and your opponent does nothing, not only have you made it so that you can't, like you didn't use your mana, you made it so that, like, your plot isn't plotted, right? Whereas if you're playing instance in a deck that operates at primarily instant speed, then your opponent doesn't have anything. That 3-mana plot card could be a 3-mana draw card, for example, right? So I think there is a legitimate distinction that should be made with plot. I think it's going to be very similar to Fire's Invention style, where it's going to be more of a sorcery speed. I still think In Control is where we're mostly going to see it, but I think it's still going to be more a line of sorcery speed. You don't have to plot cards unless you have something you want to set up. Right, but if you don't do anything, then you haven't done anything, right? And that's an issue. So I just generally think that plot is going to be see play mainly with sorcery speed cards, just by the nature of, like, how, at least in Control. I don't know how it would work in other places, but if instants work really well together, sorceries don't work together, but they're fine together, right? If I have 2 sorceries, one of which has plot, one of which doesn't, choosing either of them isn't different. If I have 2 instants, right, playing a land passing the turn, I can use either of these, right? But if I have an instant and a plot card, I have to make that decision now. And it's a little bit different than an instant and a actual sorcery, because with an actual sorcery, it's like, do I need to cast this spell, right? Because you're going to get that effect immediately. Whereas plot, you're investing, right? So if I have a counter spell and a board wipe, does the board need to be wiped? No. I can wait to either counter my opponent's spell, or if they play something that, you know, adds to the board and I know I have a board wipe, then I can just be like, okay, it doesn't have haste, I'm not going to counter it, I'll wait until my turn, then I'll board wipe, yada yada yada, right? Whereas with plot, it legit is, I either don't get to use my instant speeds until after I've plotted, or I plot at suboptimal times. Again, I could be stupid and wrong. I probably shouldn't add stupid in there. I could be wrong. That's just how I see it. Anyway. Heath Rebirth. That music got too loud in my ears. Three black green, return up to 1 target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. This card is cool. It's a different take on the 5-mana reanimate spell, because it's a reanimate spell that is stapled to a regrowth effect, right? Regrowth is, well, is regrowth? Regrowth might not be permanent, but whatever. Cards that get back permanents generally are going to be costing you, like, around 2 mana. So you can consider this kind of, not actually, you can kind of consider this a 3-mana spell. A 3-mana reanimation spell, stapled to a 2-mana spell. And the fact that they are 1 spell is quite nice, because now you have more slots in your deck, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into that. I think this card's pretty cool. Probably going to be very good in limited if I had to guess, because again, like, you could return a creature and another creature, right? You could have this in a deck that uses like land sacrifice, so you can get a creature back, like you can get your value creature back, like your Gatrog monster, and a fetch land, right? So it's good things. Lava Spur Boots. It looks weird, but I'm pretty sure this was spoiled properly. If it wasn't, whoops. It's new Swiftfoot boots, new Lightning Greaves. It's just a different version. It's 1 mana to play, 1 mana to equip. Equip creature gets +1/+0 and has haste and ward 1. It costs less than Greaves and Boots. It costs more to equip than Greaves, same to equip as Boots. Boots don't give you a buff, do they? Sway. Boo. No, they don't. So this gives you a boost of +1/+0. And of course, all of them give haste and some sort of protection. The protection on this is the weakest of the protections. Greaves gives you the strongest. Boots gives you the second strongest. And this is the weakest because it's just 1. But even just making a Swords to Plowshares or whatever cost 2 mana instead of 1. Making an Infernal Grasp costs 3 instead of 2, right? Those are big things, right? Those are big differences. When you're trying to be efficient, which is what removal usually is, that usually means a lower cost. Making it a higher cost makes it less efficient, so even if your thing is not super protected, right, it's still protected enough that you get value there. So I like the boots. Just like Swiftfoot Greaves doesn't replace, or Swiftfoot Boots doesn't replace Lightning Greaves, I don't think that these will replace either of those. I think the 3 of them are going to work kind of in tandem together on it, just based on what that deck needs. Escape Illusion. Ooh, that's a fucking... Oh, it looks like this is a story spotlight. Oh well. White plus. Instant. But this only has 2 choices. Who cares? Add a single mana. Exile target non-token creature at the beginning of the next end step. Returns the battlefield under its owner's control. It's non-token, so you can't use this as a removal spell for tokens. Boo. You get to exile your things or your opponent's things. Beginning of the next end step, you return it. This can save your stuff from a board wipe. This can save you from a lethal attack. If your opponent casts a blocker, then what you can do is at their end step, you can exile that creature, so that it doesn't come back until the end of your turn, which means they don't have that blocker, so you can hit them in the face. It's great. Or +2, choose target creature. If there are no other creatures with greater power than it, destroy that creature. So let's say, choose target creature if there's no other creature with greater power. Okay, let's say that you have, there's no creature with a greater, let's say you have 2 4/4s and a 6/6. Sorry, you have a 4/4 and a 6/6. Your opponent has a 4/4, right? You wouldn't be able to use this to kill the 4/4 that your opponent has. But on their second main phase, right, exile your 6/6, destroy their 4/4 because your 4/4 is the same power, and then your 6/6 comes back at the end of their turn because it's end of next end step. You do this in the main phase too, and then you hit them for lethal. I really like spree cards because of they're mode cards, except even cooler. Yeah, no, I like the design in general of these, especially because most of the ones that I've seen so far work together nicely. They have a really nice cohesive design. I think it's dope. Selvala, Eager Trailblazer. Hey look, it's more Selvala. 2 green white Elf Scout Vigilance. She's a 4/5. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 1/1 mercenary. Mercenaries, remember, are criminals. Outlaws. That's the word. They're outlaws. And they have this ability. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. I don't know why she's making out. I don't know why she's. I guess it's they're mercenaries first and foremost. They happen to be outlaws. Sure. It's weird to me that Selvala does that. And then tap, choose a color, add 1 mana of that color for each different power among creatures you control. This is cohesive because this is a 1/1, right? And let's say you have another of these 1/1s, right? Then you can use one of the 1/1s ability to make it a 2/1, so that now you have a 1/1, a 2/1, and a 4/5. So then you have 3 because you have 3 different things. So it works nicely together. Cool. It's fine. She might be able to make it in Sis's Girls Night Out, but I do not know. Bristling Backwoods. So we have Desert Duels. I mean, that's just what we're going to call them. Desert Duels, because it makes the most sense. They are deserts. They ETB. They deal 1 damage to an opponent, which is a crime, by the way. And they add for one of the things. Good. Cool. I like it. They're like the gain lands, but different. Because they don't gain you. Who cares about gaining life? Life is for losers. I'm going to hit my opponent in the face. For what it's worth, these are tap lands that I could legitimately see being fine in like aggressive strategies, right? Because they are reach that your opponent pretty much can't interact with. If you're playing with these crime cards, it makes Wizards, why are you making me say this? It makes committing a crime easier. Yeah, it's good. I like these effects. I think the red-green one is going to be one of the most played. Same with the red-black, the red-white, probably. I think those are going to be the main ones. It's the red-white one, the blue-black one, the black-red one. I like most of these art. I don't think there's any of them I dislike. I really like this one. Probably because it reminds me of the part in Elden Ring in Leyndell. No, Altus Plateau. Leyndell is just the city. There's the Altus Plateau, where there's a bunch of like carriages just dumped. A bunch of hearses, like corpse takers. I don't fucking know what they're called, man. Coffin transports. That's right. Gulch. Lush Oasis. Oh, this art is so good. Beautiful. Also, just shout out to Desert support. Like, this is... The Deserts are making, the Desert cards from, Amonkhet a little bit better, because a lot of those are like, sacrifice a desert, do a thing. Now we get more deserts to do the thing with. So I like when stuff like that happens. We're getting a enemy version of the Fastlands. I don't recall something. Yeah, no, these are already... Yeah, they're already on Arena, but now they're coming to Standard, so sure. That's so cool. Go windmill fan. Just sunk to the ground. Yo, cacti look real nice with blue streams. Alright. Insatiable Avarice. Black sorcery. With Spree. For +2. Search your library for a card, then shuffle it and put that card on top. For plus black, target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. Now, 3 mana to draw 3 and lose 3 is like on rate for black, right? We see something similar with things like Painful Truth. Things like Scry the Bones are a little different because you get to scry and then only draw 2, but it's similar. But like that's on rate, right? 3 mana to search your library to tutor and put it on top is on rate now, right? 4 mana at this point like gets it in your hand. For 3 mana, yeah, you got to put it on top. You can't do the thing. It's a sorcery, so you can't do this like instant speed, whatever. Who cares? Being able to just like pay 5 mana to get a card, put it on top, draw it, and 2 other cards is pretty decent. Pretty decent. Notably, this will always happen in the order that it's printed, so you're not able to draw 3 cards, lose 3 life, and then get a card and put it on top. It always is in the order that it comes in. That is important. Typically, that's not going to matter, but someone might think it works differently. It's in like this. Fortune, Loyal Steed, 3 mana 2/4, legendary creature beast mount. Bro, it skipped leg day. How did a creature skip leg day? Look at, you can see its hip bones, man. You can see its hip bones. What happened to this thing? It's crazy. Yeah. When there's a battlefield scry too. Cool. It's 3 mana 2/4, right? It's a fucking Pillar Field Ox. Better? There's 4 mana 2/4s? Yeah. It's 3 mana 2/4 good. Whenever it attacks while saddled, at end of combat, exile it and up to one creature that saddled it this turn, then return those cards to battlefield under owner's control. It's saddle 1, which means it can be saddled by dang near anything. An ornithopter can't ride it, but like, who cares? Yeah, you get this. This is supposed to be like a fixed Felidar Guardian, or as I like to call cards like this, card with set mechanic. So this is Felidar Guardian with set mechanic. You get to rebuy the scries, which is nice. You don't have to exile the creature that saddled it. This has pseudo vigilance because you're able to do that. Yeah, no, this card has a lot of different and very cool uses. Rule 0: ask your playgroup and commander if you are allowed to use saddle mounts as partners. Obviously, some of them are going to be stronger than others. It's not how it is going to work, but yeah, Rule 0 it, because I think it'd be cool to have a trusty steed, right? Yeah, this is a cool card. It's interesting. I like how interesting it is. Frasco joins up. These are similar to the Oath cards. Oath of Blank from the Gatewatch. But this is, they join the crew. So black and green enchantment, it's legendary enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, put a death touch counter on each creature you control. That could be a lot. That could be none, right? It's whatever. But when a legendary creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. What's interesting about this is that the first ability works into the second ability, because if your creatures have death touch, your opponent's not going to necessarily want to block them because the thing is guaranteed to die. Which means you're more likely to get in and hit your opponent. If you hit your opponent with one of them creatures that happen to be legendary, you get to draw a card. Wizards has been printing a metric F-load of legendary creatures, because it appears that their cash cow is Commander, I guess? And I know it's the most played format, but I mean, I don't have the statistics to see what gives them the most money. I don't know if I like these more than the Oaths. I don't know. Time will tell. Oh my gosh, it's Jace the whole time. And somehow Jace returned. People have been memeing this to death, and I mean, I said a similar thing, I think, when we first saw Vraska, because she didn't look Phyrexianized at all. And when we last left them, Jace and Vraska were Phyrexian still. So, Vraska, I mean, I haven't read the story. Maybe it's explaining the story. I haven't read it yet, alright? Don't sue me. But apparently something is wrong with Jace's body. Like, it's messed up. So even when he goes back to normal Jace, this is an illusion. Like, his body is fucked somehow. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's somehow. Ashiok is still a character. Jace is just pretending to be Ashiok in Outlaws, at least for part of it. It's a story. This is the second 2-mana play? Third? Tybalt ran in 6, and then this? How long was he pretending to be him? Ashiok non-binary. I said that too fast. Ashiok non-binary. But I don't know. There's a point at which he definitely is disguised as Ashiok, but I don't remember from the discussion, because again, I have not read the story. I don't remember if he was Ashiok the whole time, or if Ashiok was actually there, left at some point, and then Jace was like, ooh, an opportunity. Right? I'm not sure. But anyway, let's talk about the actual card. Blue, for a 3 loyalty walker, you can't cast a spell during your first, second, or third turns of the game. There's a stupid combo that I saw on Reddit where you can get this out on like turn 2 or something. God dang it. Day 3 awakened combo. Oh, right, that's what it is. So you play Leyline of Anticipation, or Vidalcan Orrery, whatever, but Leyline of Anticipation you get to be in play for free. Turn 1, you play a land, play an island, maybe a draw spell, maybe a counter spell, like a 1-mana spell, like Spell Snare, something like that. And then turn 2, oh no, I can't cast this spell during my first turn, second, or third turn. Says nothing about my opponents. So since I have Leyline Anticipation out, this thing has flash. At the end of my opponent's second turn, or whatever, I have two lands. That's all that matters. I play this card at the end of their turn. And then you get to do stuff like this. The +1 is draw a card, discard a card. Sure, looting. The second +1 is you may exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. And the -6 is until end of turn, whenever you cast a spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. So the idea with this is you just get a bunch of spells plotted, and then you -6. You cast a bunch of things because they're all free, and you get duplicates. Yeah, it seems good. It seems kind of cool. Whether or not it'll see real play because of this restriction, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious to see how this Planeswalker shapes out. Rakdos, the Muscle. We just had a Rakdos card. Here's another. What? Rakdos' size is incredibly inconsistent? What? Rakdos' horns and face are... and weapons, I guess? Very inconsistent? Whatever. It is what it is. Should I zoom this in one more? Okay, that's too far. 2 black, red for a legendary creature, Demon Mercenary. Is a flying, trampling 6/5 creature. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, hey look, it's Rakdos. He cares about sacrifice. Exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library until your next end step. Cool. You may play those cards, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. Cool. You get to cast your opponent's things. All you have to do is sacrifice the thing, and it's based on mana value, so you get nothing for sacrificing tokens. You do not pass go. Good day, sir. And then you can sacrifice another creature, and Rakdos gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it, activate only once each turn. I assume that the reason they have this clause is in order to... Yeah, my assumption is they have this clause in order to make it so that the first ability isn't broken. Not that its ability isn't broken. Because what you're able to do if you're playing against this is target it with removal, they sacrifice a creature, and then you target it with more removal. But you can only activate. It's not this can only resolve once each turn. You can only activate it once each turn. It's already been activated. You can't save it again, right? It's still like it's a 2 for 2 in that situation because they do sacrifice the thing. Technically, it's not because you have the trigger on this deck from Rakdos, but like, as far as the card, I mean, it's a free sack outlet. I don't like it. I don't think it's very good. Vraska, the Silencer. 1 black-green for a 3/3 Gorgon Assassin with Death Touch. Whenever a non-token creature an opponent controls dies, you may pay a generic mana. If you do, return that card to the battlefield tapped under your control. It's a treasure. It's a treasure artifact with sacrifice this, add a thing, and it loses all other card types. It's no longer a creature, but it doesn't lose its abilities, right? So let's say your opponent has so you have Vraska out, Your opponent has a Noble Hierarch. Let's say it's that. That Noble Hierarch dies. You pay 1. You now have a tapped treasure token, right? With Exalted and mana ability that doesn't require you to sack it, right? So on the same situation, oh cool, I have a Noble Hierarch, but except it's a treasure, I get to attack with it. Notably, it loses all other card types, so I believe it. No, card types. Legendary is a super type. If you do this to a legendary creature, you'd have to only have one of them. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/3 with Death Touch in black-green. We've seen a lot of these, and they're usually reasonable. This is a cool card. I like it. Kellen the Kid. It's like Billy the Kid, except with magic IP. Bant. Green and blue for a 3/3 human fairy rogue with flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may cast a permanent spell with equal or less mana value from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you don't, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. I'm so sick of wizards printing fucking cards that are stupid. This doesn't have to cost 3 mana. So essentially, my gripe with this is more for an EDH standpoint. I was talking with my friend about this the other day, how EDH in general, Commander, is at a point where like the cost of everything's going down relatively fast, and it's not necessarily because of power creep per se. It's because Wizards is printing so many new cards that even if only a few of them are good and cheap, since we're getting so many, a few of them in a year, we're getting a lot, right? So I mean, this could be one green, white, blue, and I think it'd still be fine as a commander. This works with Suspend, it works with Adventure, it works with Foretell, it works with obviously Plot. It's in the colors for support for Foretell. I want to say that they were mostly these colors, and Adventure I know had some support in these colors. So it's in those. It also works with Flashback, right? It's a cool card. I like the design of the card. I don't like that it costs 3 mana. Any Flash, the Veteran. Wow, a 6 mana card. Anyway, 3 red, green, white for a Human Rouge, 4/5 with Flash. When she enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you have to cast it. Return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever any Flash becomes tapped, exile the top 2 cards of the library. You may play those cards this turn. How is this anywhere close to Kellen? Anywhere close. The ability happens once when it ECBs if you've cast it. Sure, when she becomes tapped, you can exile the top 2 cards of your library and play those cards. Okay. So either I have a vehicle or mount that she can immediately crew or saddle, or I have to wait till she attacks on turn 7. Technically speaking, she has Flash. You could do it instant speed. How is this even remotely close to Kellen? Kellen is just straight value. For what it's worth, I'm not saying I dislike this card because of this card. I like this card. Frankly, I would prefer it if she didn't have the exile thing and it was just Sun Titan except on a legendary creature, frankly. Whatever. I mean, you could even make it, like, more restricted, right? It's like, instead of the stupid exile clause, it's like whenever she becomes tapped, if she's not attacking, right, then you get to return a permanent with, right? Because then it's like, oh, I now want to build a deck where I'm getting value from tapping creatures, especially my commander. What does that look like, right? It'll be mounts and vehicles and other things like that. So Kellen is why I don't like this card. It's the Git Frog! 3 black, green for a 6/5 frog horror mount. Thalia apparently made this thing tame. It's trample and haste. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a creature that's saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards and put up to X lands from your hand on the battlefield tapped, where X is the sacrificed creature's power. Saddle 1. That's trample and haste. It very easily can deal combat damage to a player. Doesn't be too terribly hard. You don't lose life from doing this. You get some lands. Cool. You have to sacrifice creatures, but let's say you have what's the card? The 4-mana enchantment that when a land ETBs, you can either +1 counter your team and give them vigilance, or make a cat. What if that's called, right? You saddle this, sack the cat, you get to draw 2 cards, possibly make more cats, right? Cool. This card is cool. What do you want me to say? It's cool. It's a cool card. Let's say you're in a situation where the board is now a bunch of 4/4s, a bunch of 3/3s even. Oh no, I have a 1/1. I have a 2/2. Right? I get to saddle this up. I'm almost certainly going to hit them in the face. Maybe take out 1 or 2 of their creatures. I get to draw some cards. I get to replace the cards that were obsolete. Cool. It's cool. I like the card. Magna the Horde Master. 2 mana for a 2/2 Dwarf Berserker. She big mad. Whenever you commit a crime, create a trapped treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Really makes you wonder about Thalia. I love the meme of Thalia being eaten by the Gitrog monster. Because she isn't. And if she is, I hate wizards. Thalia is one of my favorite characters. If she dies, that's fine. But if they make it like off screen to the Gitrog monster, they will have lost all of my respect. Like if they did to Thalia what they did to what is that girl's name even? Dax Faden. Or as I like to say, Fack Daden. If they did that to Thalia, I couldn't even. Also, you sacrifice 3 treasures and you get to make a 4/4 red dragon scorpion creature token with flying and haste. Activate only as a sorcery. I mean, the story heavily implies it. The fact that it's still running around with a saddle and it eats whoever rides it. That doesn't heavily imply it. Because the Thalia being eaten by the Gitrog monster thing happened as soon as the Gitrog monster came out. I want to say it was a loading ready run joke that's spread around, but it could be a joke that like a bunch of people made separately. But yeah, I don't. No, if Wizards like confirms that, I will legitimately send a letter to Mark Wolfsweater. I'm not lying. Yeah, I'll can record myself doing it. By letter, of course, I mean email. I don't know why I said letter. There's only 3 treasures to get a dragon. The other Magda is sack 5 to get a dragon from your deck. This only triggers once each turn. The other Magda is just based on the dwarves getting tapped. But this can, I mean, both of them can work on your opponent's turn. I don't know. This card I think is just fine. I think it's relatively comparable to the other Magda in that they're both just fine. She has a 2/2 instead of a 2/1, which is important. And I say the story implies, I mean the thing of her going to herself, if this thing's run out of targets, it'll swallow me, and the invasion did end. Yeah. And I assume she left. Why would she stay on something that she knows is going to be eating her if she doesn't leave? I don't believe Thalia has dealt with much more precarious circumstances. It would be strange to me if Thalia just didn't plan on like surviving. Or if she's at least missing a leg. They could do that, but they would have to be careful with it. Because there's a bunch of different ways you can go about it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with her, like, being injured from the Gitrog monster. It would just be strange to me that she dies to the Gitrog monster. Just like knowing Thalia, how much she's done on Innistrad. Her feats make me feel like the Gitrog monster would not be able to kill her. At least not mano-y-mano. Slick Shot Show Off. I hate you, Wizards. 2 mana for a 1/2 bird Wizards with flying and haste. Wizards, stop making these. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And it plots for 2. Wizards, I'm begging you. Alright, hear me out. Turn 1, you play a 1 mana aggressive creature. Turn 2, you plot this attack with your 1 mana aggressive creature. Turn 3, you cast one of these. You cast the one from plot. You play a single, like, lightning bolt effect. And you dome your opponent. Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, she's like... she's essentially the new Saint Draft. It makes sense because she worked directly under Saint Draft. But, like, she's one of, if not the most important soldier on Innistrad at this point. So, yeah. Like, again, I wouldn't be mad if she dies. I'd just be mad if she dies to the Gitrog monster. That doesn't seem like a fitting end. This card seemed good. I don't see a world in which this card does not see play. This card, it's a wizard. It has flying and haste. It gets bigger off not just instant sorcerers. It's literally any non-creature spell. So if you want to play, I don't know, in 3 mana Chandra, right? You know, plot this on 2. If you want to, you can also just cast it on 2. Like, who cares? But then you cast 3 mana Chandra, bada bing, bada bang. You're hitting your opponent for a bunch, right? Like, card good. Tiny Bones joins up. I'm so glad they're still using Tiny Bones. It's the best character. It's like Tiny Bones and Fibblethip are like beloved little dudes. Single black mana for a legendary enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, any number of target players each discard a card. That's fine. It's not targeted in terms of you don't get to choose what they discard, but it's any number of players. So if you want to discard something yourself, which happens more often than you would think, Madness, Reanimation, I'm sure there are others. So just having something in the graveyard that's better in the graveyard. This being able to do any number of target players, I really appreciate that. Wizards could have done any number of target opponents. I would have been upset. This is also any number, so you don't have to make anyone, right? If your opponent, if you know, like this is game 2, and you know your opponent is running something like Loxodon Smiter, you could just choose not to make them discard. Tiny Bones is taller than you thought. We'll get to that card. If we're talking about the lineup, we'll get to that card. Whenever a legendary creature you control enters the battlefield under control, oh, this must have been before. Yeah, I don't remember when they said enters is coming in. Whenever a legendary creature enters under your control. That does sound better to me. Any number of target players each mill a card and lose 1 life. Again, they didn't have to choose any number of target players. I really appreciate that they did. And this is on ETB for legendary creatures, which in general I think is going to be better than having them deal damage. Well, maybe not. I don't know. This card's fine as a 1 mana card. I think it's cool. Great Train Heist. Instant red spree card for a +2 and a red. I mean, any blink in this goes a little nuts. So it's true. You can blink the enchantment itself too, and you get value out of it. For +2 and a red, you untap all creatures you control. If it's your combat phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. 4 mana for a Waves of Aggression effect. Relentless Assault, I think, is another version of that card. Cool, good, works. +2 creatures. Add 2. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain first strike until end of turn. Okay, cool. Now you're buffing them. And then plus a single red. Choose target opponent. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to that opponent, or to that player this turn. Sorry. Create a tapped treasure token. So if you're in a situation where you're like, cool, I have this spree card. I have a bunch of little creatures, but I have a big creature. I don't have enough mana for it. 2 red mana. You get to just like get treasures so that next turn you can cast your big thing, right? Combat trick. It gives them first strike. It's an instant. This can be done on defense. It can be done on offense. You attack with a bunch of dorks. Your opponent blocks, assuming that they're all good. And in 3 mana, you blow them out. Cool. And also, you can just play waves of aggression, right? Just get another combat step. And then you just have the ability to do multiple of these. How fast can you get to 7 mana with a lot of creatures? That's the thing, though. You don't have to play it for 7. Many times, you're not going to need the last ability, right? Heck, many times you're not going to need the middle ability, or even the first ability, right? Like, this just being a 3 mana, like, spree cards are so good. I am a fanatic. I could have said a different word. I'm a fanatic for modal spells because I love options. I love me some options in my games, and modal spells give you options, and I just love how spree works. Are they pushed? Possibly. I don't, gotta play with them. Wouldn't it feel nice? Yeah. New Gisa just dropped. 5 mana, 4/4 human warlock. Seems Gisa has been a 4/4 recently. Ward 2, pay 2 life. She has some protection. Good. As a 5/5 or a 5 mana card, you have to have protection nowadays in Commander, or else you're boned. Skeletons and zombies you control get +1/+1 and have menace. Okay. She's buffing skeletons now. Interesting. Whenever you commit a crime, create two tapped 2/2 Boom Black Zombie Rogue creature tokens. This ability triggers only once each turn. When I first read this, I was very disappointed that it says it only triggers once each turn. Ray Skeleton W. Yeah, skeletons need more love. I mean, they could even have a fucking undead, right? Just like Outlaws. Right, you have undead. You have skeletons, zombies, vampires. Shades? And wraiths if they're separate from shades. I'm not sure if they are. Oh, I don't think I would count spirits as undead. Then I shouldn't count shades or wraiths then. Not all vampires are undead either. I like grouping things, but whatever. At first I thought this was kind of bleh. You're getting them tapped. It only triggers once each turn. But like, it still triggers on your opponent's turn if you're able to commit a crime. She does have protection, and they aren't 2/2s. They're 2 3/3s with menace, right? So I think this card is better, at least than I initially gave it credit for. It's fine. They definitely seem open to wide tribes. Yeah, and I really do hope that they do more, especially for fucking Canids. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I like this card. I think she's cool. I mean, in standard, she's not going to see any play. Shield Dread is a menace, and she's going to be a menace until she rotates. I don't think I would play this as my commander in my mono black zombie deck, but I think in 99 she is pretty decent. She seems pretty reasonable. It's the final showdown. Single white mana for an instant with spree. +1. All creatures lose all abilities until end of turn. +1. Choose a creature you control. They gain indestructible until end of turn. +3 double wide. Destroy all creatures. Yeah, I mean that's so 6 mana for an instant speed board wipe. That alone is fine. Oh yeah, we have Geralf. Also, am I the only one who uses? I don't remember if it's hard G or soft G, whatever. I say Gisa, but I say Geralf. I don't know what how their actual names are pronounced. But Gisa and Geralf seems right to me. It's definitely not Gisa. No shot. If it's officially Gisa, no, it isn't. It's Gisa. If it's Geralf, that's fine, but Geralf sounds better to me when you wait. If it's Geralf, no, sorry. If it's Geralf, that's fine, but Geralf sounds better because it's Gisa and Geralf. Like splitting, like making them different, having different G's, in my opinion, works nicely with the things. Anyway, back to this card. It's so cool. 6 mana for an instant speed board wipe by itself is good enough to see play. Making it so all creatures lose abilities until end of turn, pretty good, right? This just destroys things. It kills Urza constructs. This stops. I mean, it's similar to Dress Down in formats where Dress Down is legal. It's probably the more Germanic sounding one. I don't know which one's the more Germanic sounding one. And look, Geralf I care a little bit less about, as long as it's Gisa. If it's Gisa, we're done. Hey, kind of young Gisa. Indestructible? No, you're not. It's great. I love it. It's cool. It just gets around a lot of annoying things. Dope. Being able to make it so that you have your own creature that's indestructible is that like this. There's so many different use cases for this one card. This one card has so many use cases, right? It can just be used as protection. You have a creature, you block, you only have the 2 mana, you get to protect your creature. Your creature gets indestructible. Cool. You're in a point in the game where your opponent has a bunch of BS on the field, blow them up. Even better, you get to blow it up on their turn, so now you're starting with the initiative, as it were, being able to start playing out creatures first. Or, oh no, my opponent's creatures all have first strike. Whatever shall I do? Nah, you don't have first strike anymore. Get destroyed. Right? I love it. I love it so much. An unfortunate accident is a black instant with Spree for a +2 and a black destroy a creature. So 4 mana instant, destroy target creature. That's the normal, like, uncommon amount of mana to spend. +1, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature with mercenary text. So for 2 mana, you could have an instant speed blocker. For 4 mana, you have instant speed removal. And for 5 mana, Porque no los dos. I still really like this card. Obviously, it's more of a limited card, which is fine. But you have options. I love options. Plan the Heist. We kind of talked about this a little bit. 2 dub blue for a sorcery with plot 3 and a blue. Surveil 3 if you have no cards in hand. Then draw 3 cards. I mean, yeah, this is a 4 mana, draw 3 cards in blue with set mechanic. I think this card is it's good and limited for sure. Whether or not it's good in standard, I don't know, because Shieldred exists. Not only does Shieldred exist, I don't know if the control decks are willing to switch to a more sorcery speed style. I don't know anything about standard right now, so. Slick Shot Lock Picker. Is it just me, or are these words getting hard to say? Cool that the plot is more often than not equal to the casting cost. Yeah, no, the way that they've done plot stuff has been good so far, in my opinion. The Lockpicker is a 2 and a blue 2/3 human rouge with plot 2 and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. First of all, yay, we're seeing random flashback. Second of all, I mean, I think they made flashback decisions at some point. Justin, why is plot good here? Oh, is it because now I can cast this spell for free on turn 4 and flash back a spell that's in my graveyard? Yes, it is. Woo! Yeah, it's cool. I mean, like, if nothing else, right? You get to like, turn 2, you do some setup nonsense. Turn 3, you plot this. Turn 4, you cast a good 2 mana spell. You cast this, you cast that spell again, right? If nothing else. And it's still good. Crom is back. Violent Cacophony. 2 blue-red for a 2/3 zombie horror with flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a 1/1 counter on Crom and draw a card. This gets around a lot of the problems that I've had with the +2, or with the second spell mechanic, right? Because they've tried that. I want to say in one of the Eldraine sets. I want to say the Eldraine has like a second spell thing. Flavor text sure implies some things. Concern for his prince's welfare, Ludovic sent his greatest creation to make sure Geralf got into the right kind of trouble. I think all this implies is that Ludovic cares about his pupil. Gisa and Geralf, if they don't kill each other, Wizards. If they don't kill each other, then Wizards has made a mistake. Yeah, Ludovic turned into something weird. He's still Ludovic, though. Also, is it Ludovic or Ludwig? Oh, he's technically Oleg. Is he Oleg? I don't think he's supposed to be. I don't think he is Oleg. You know what? Let's find out. Obviously, we have to take what this says with a grain of salt, because it's a fandom wiki. Obsessed with making his final creation, Ludovic returned to his lab. He combined flesh. Calling his creation Oleg. Ludovic activated his machine and breathed life into the creature. Yeah. Okay. Ludovic is not Oleg. What? I mean, this is literally like Frankenstein's monster going on. All right, that's kind of cool, honestly. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this fixes a problem that I've had with the double spell cards. Is like, you run out of gas. I don't know why, but like, this feels fine as a commander. Like, 4 mana is a good cost. He scales, but you still have to do things. Like, I like this guy. Make your own luck, partner. 3 green, blue. For sorcery, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. If you do, it becomes plotted. Put the rest into your hand. Oh, what the? Okay, this is a 3 mana draw 3. Be able to cast something for free later. Look at the top 3. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. No mana restriction on that. If you do, it becomes plotted. Why? Why would you do this? Simic is already the color of ramping. What are Ramp's issues? Ramp's issues are twofold. They have their ramp pieces with no payoff. They have their payoff with no ramp pieces. Those are the main things. Another potential issue is running out of gas, right? If you ramp into something and then that something dies, now you're stuck with a bunch of dorks that don't do anything. This eliminates 2 of the 3 problems. No, it eliminates all of the problems. Because if you have dorks, like if you have your ramp but no creature, like no payoff, you get to use this to find your payoff, and like you essentially get to use it immediately. If you have your payoff but no ramp, getting to 5 mana is much easier than getting to, 8, 9, 10, whatever you have at your high end. And then either you find ramp with this, or you just get a payoff without the ramp. Oh no, you've ramped into a big thing and it's died? Guess I'll just get another one. And 2 more in my hand. This card seems good. You can also make your own luck into make your own luck. Try again. Yeah, this feels very good. Maybe I'm dumb and wrong, but it feels very good. Colossal Rattleworm. 4 mana 6/5. It has flash as long as you have a desert. It has trample. You can pay 1 and a green to exile it from your graveyard, search your library for a desert card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. This card feels very, very good. This feels very good. 4 mana 6/5. Have it have flash so it can surprise block something. It trades with Shieldred. She has Death Touch. It has Trample, so even if they have like chump blockers, you still get to get through for some damage. And then in the eventuality where it dies, you get to just search for one of the ping taps, right? Like you get to just exile this from your graveyard to essentially rampant growth while hitting your opponent in the face, because you can do this at instant speed too. This feels like a strong card. Does it feel like too strong of a card? It doesn't nowadays, but unfortunately, comparing it to things nowadays is a bit unfair. I hate this card. Cactarantula is a 6 mana 6/5 plant spider. It's a cactus and a spider at the same time. Stop. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert. Whoop-de-doo. Be a 5 mana 6/5. When it becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Cool. I mean, if your opponent wants to remove this with not a creature, or I guess it's spell or ability, whatever. Yeah, they want to remove it not combat. You get to replace it. That's fine. It's a good card. It's a fucking cactus spider. Go away. Vial Smasher, Gleeful. How fast can you get out a bunch of deserts? I don't know. Let me see something. That enters tapped. That's a desert that does not enter tapped. So we do have some that don't enter tapped. Mainly the ones from Amonkhet. But those deal damage to you or are colorless. No. It costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert. It doesn't cost 1 mana to cast per desert you have. This can only ever cost, naturally, 5 or 6. Yeah. Yeah, if this was per desert, that'd be stupid, right? Like, turn 1 tap desert, turn 2... I think there's a rampant growth for a desert, but I could be stupid and wrong. You play something on turn 2, who cares? Turn 3, play an untapped desert, cast this. Like, that'd be nonsense. File Smasher. She's back. Black and a red for a 3/2 Goblin Merc. Whenever another outlaw enters the battlefield under your control, Vile Smasher deals 1 damage to target opponent. Yeah, Vile Smasher is what she is. Cool. Wheeled Charger. 3 and a red for a 4/3 Porcupine mount. Yeah, that's super smart. When it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 and gains menace until end of turn. So it becomes a 5/5 with Menashe. The saddle is 2. So people just throw a saddle on anything. True. So like if you have a 1/2. Low Scout, Vanguard, I don't know what the fuck a 1/2 is. Piker. Or is that a 2/1? Whatever, I don't care. Then you can't saddle this. But if you have like a bear, right, then instead of attacking with a 2/2 into 4/3, right, which dies poorly to 2 3/3s, you can attack with just a 5/5. You get to kill. You still get to kill one of their 3/3s, which is what would have happened regardless. But now you only lose 1 creature. It's fine. It seems like a good mount in limited. Rattleback Apothecary. Gorgon with fucking Rattleback snakes. Diamond. What the? Diamondback Rattlesnakes. They fucked me up. That's cool. 2 black for a 3/2 Gorgon Warlock with Death Talk. Whenever you commit a crime, target creature you control gains your choice of menace or lifelink. This isn't once per turn, so you can give things Menashe and lifelink. If you have no other creatures, give her Menashe and lifelink. It's cool. It's fine. I mean, look, it's a card with Death Touch. It gets to trade up. And if you need life, kill one of their creatures, put lifelink on this, block one of their other creatures. It has Death Touch, so it can block up very nicely. It gains you some life. Good stuff. Armored Armadillo. Single white for a 0/4 Armadillo. It has Ward 1. It also has 3 and a white. Armored Armadillo gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is its toughness. I mean, 4 mana. So like 1 mana 1 mana 0/4. Not the best per se. It does hold down the fort, right? This can block up to 3 X's. I think that's pretty good. It's a mana sink though, and in limited, I value mana sinks a lot because sometimes you just have cards that are not good in that situation, or you just don't have cards. It's not once per turn. Like if you for some reason get flooded out and you have 8 mana, right? You get to have this be an 8/4. Ward 1 is not monstrous, but like it's coming down early. You potentially get to just do stupid things. It's not even at sorcery speed, right? So you don't even have to like use it to attack, right? You can still make this be a 4/4 on D, right? It's cool. Flavor makes it sad, no saddle. If I recall correctly, the flavor team doesn't work as closely with the development team to where the flavor text is able to be changed like last minute, as it were. Because I mean, this flavor text could have potentially gone to a different card. This design could have been slightly different, where it did have saddle. Like this also likes counters. Yeah. It's a good card. I like it. Holy cow! 2 and a white for a 2/2 Ox Angel. Yep, with flash and flying. When Holy Cow enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and scry 1. Look, it's a Windrake with upside. Pick this in limited, my guy. It's not even like it's not even Windrake with like fine upside. It's Windrake with good upside. Gain 2, sure, whatever. You get the Scry to set up your next line. You can flash this in as a blocker. You can flash this in on your opponent's turn so you dodge sorcerer speed removal like plot cards, and you get to hit them in the face. Like it's so good. Kind of wish the only native angels are cows. The only native angels are cows. Unless wizards messed up somewhere. There were no sapient species on Thunder Junction before the Omen Paths opened. A lot of people have been saying there was no fauna. That doesn't make sense to me. That could be a misinterpretation or a misspeak on a wizard's part. But I'm fairly certain Wizard said there are no sapient creatures. And you can be an angel without being sapient. There's a manifestation of mana, so. Scorching Shot. Double red for a sorcery that deals 5 damage to target creature. It's removal unlimited. It ties you pretty heavily to red, but it's removal unlimited. What about cactus people? They began to exist, like, as soon as the Omen Paths opened up. From what I've heard. Also, I'm so glad Wizards has made cactus people. Because we have tree folk. Am I dumb? Okay, yeah, tree folk is its own separate type. But I don't think we have any sentient plant species, do we? No, it doesn't seem like it. And we have some, like, some animals that are other things as well, like the cactus spider we just saw. We have some plant hydras, plant elementals. Decent amount of plant zombies, right? But none of them... Oh, I guess dryads. We don't have nearly as many dryads as I would have thought. Interesting. Yeah, it seems mostly dryads, but... I mean, maybe that's what it is, right? I want to see cactus folk turn... I need a cactus folk planeswalker. That's what I need. I like... Because, I mean, tree folk are its own thing. And there are relatively few dryads, apparently. I love the idea of having an actual plant folk. Obviously, they can only exist on so many planes. But it'd be cool if, like, the next time we go back to Amonkhet, there was, like, a migration of some number of cactus people. Like, that would just be cool to have, you know, a few cactus people who set up shop there, essentially. Anyway, is removal. Pick it unlimited if you're in red. Honest Rutsting. I guess my mans didn't want to be on Innistrad anymore. 1 black-green for a 3/2 human warlock. When it enters the battlefield, return to a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Hey, that's pretty good. It is a more limited Eternal Witness. Because 1, it's in 2 colors. And 2, it only hits creatures. And 3, it's legendary. But it also has the ability to make your stuff cost less. And it's a 3/2 instead of a 2/1. I think this card is reasonable. I'm sure a lot of people don't want to be on Innistrad anymore. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. This card seems fine. Yeah, this card seems fine. Oh, Mori. Nope. The fuck is that called? Companion? Ooh, Mori. I'm very smart. Should just have Skyfall on this screen so y'all can see what the fuck I'm looking at. Flashbang. That seems fun. Frontier Seeker. 1 and a white for a 2/1 human scout. Riding a chicken. Well, I mean, it looks more like a terror bird, I suppose. Yeah. Anyway, and when she enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a mount creature or a plains. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of the other in a random order. Terror Rooster, yeah. I'll say, boy. Good old Foghorn Leghorn for all the other old heads in the audience. I mean, card's cool. Good in draft for the mount deck. It just gets you a plains. It's not even a basic plains. It gets you any plains. It's fine. This is a fine card. It's a role player. Ruthless Lawbringer. I love it. It's a 1 white black 3/2 vampire assassin. When it ETBs, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. It does not have to be a non-token creature. This gets to come in and say, I'm going to sacrifice this 1/1 spirit that I got from some nonsense. I'm going to destroy your enchantment that is killing me. I'm going to destroy your enchantment that has one of my other good creatures. Notably, you do have to sacrifice another creature. This is not just like I get to play Pseudo Vindicate, right? But no, it's cool. I like it. It's ETB value. You have to have stuff. It's key to the vault. It's a 1 in a blue legendary artifact equipment. I don't know why blue is getting so many equipment specifically that are like the MacGuffins. We had that with the reality ship. Very strange. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exile card without paying its mana costs. It is equipped for 2 in a blue. Card does not give any power toughness boost. It's a relatively expensive equip cost. You have to deal actual combat damage, and you only look at the amount of combat damage. So I think this is probably fine. There's an artifact heavy plane. Yeah. Yeah, this seems fine. You're not supposed to be here. Trained Arinx is a 1 in a white 3/1 cat beast mount. When it attacks while saddled, it gains first strike until end of turn. Scry 1. Saddle 2. Hey, look, it's 2 mana 3/1 with set mechanic. I mean, a bear on turn 2 into this, right? If your opponent has 2 bears, attacking, again, attacking with bear and Arinx leads to all of the creatures dying. If you saddle up bear, or if you saddle up Arinx, you get to scry to make your next draw better. And you get to kill one of the things for free. I mean, not for free. It still does. It's still, I think it's fine. Shut up. I should have said 2 3/3s, but whatever. Oh god. Look at all this fantastic art, especially this piece. I want to show particular attention to this piece. Look at that piece. This is a fantastic piece of art right here. Like, this feels like I can feel that vibe, you know? And the proportions of this are real nice, right? This is a person with normal person proportions. But you see all of this really good art. This Derek looks fine. Janet looks fine here. Correct proportions. These are supposed to be strange. That their hands are supposed to be like that. But still, like... I mean, that's a weird... The werewolves of Innistrad are strange. They have very long arms. Like... None of these are misses, right? It's a rhino folk, whatever. But, like, none of these are misses. What is this? I have to assume something happened to make this situation occur. Because the proportions here look all wrong. I mean, Oko's face looks messed up. Why is Vraska that short? And, like, not even just short, like, but squat? Her proportions are fine, but those are, like, the only ones. For some reason, Kellen's arms just seem not long enough. And then, of course, like, why is Rakdos this size? Wizards needs to be more consistent with their legendary characters. Or at least say, Rakdos has the ability to change size. That is one of his innate abilities. If they just said that, that'd be fine. But I don't think it says that anywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Again, no hate to the artist, because their art is some of the best art. Like, this is an amazing piece. Not even just, like, of card art, of just art. Like, this piece as art is fantastic. So much of this is just great as art by itself. Fucking this, right? But this is a miss. And I'm hoping that... I'm hoping it doesn't come across as, like, too mean. But it looks wrong. It's, like, if their other art was kind of or, like, a stylistic thing that I just didn't like, right? Like, Ron Spencer is one of those Magic artists where I know some people love Ron Spencer's art. I hate his art. But I recognize that other people like his art. Right? So if I say Ron Spencer's art looks bad, I know that it's based on a preference of mine that I just personally don't like his art style, right? The fact that I'm able to find so many of pieces of her art that's real damn good, I think this piece is not good. Anyway, the card itself is 2 and a black enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, make a mercenary. When an outlaw you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is damn it, what's that? It was the 3-mana enchantment from Ikoria. I don't remember the fucking name, but it's that with set mechanic, right? It makes a creature. It cares when your stuff dies. Card's fine. It's that with set mechanic. It gives you a mercenary. Cool. It's fine. Another example is Carly Mazur. See, now I'm just curious. Oh, yeah. People were clowning on her. And I don't see it. I will admit that if you look at the rest of these 6, this stands out. I don't know if it's that the character is forefront but not stained glass. That could be it. Because if you'll notice, like, this character, like, the hand's in the front, but, like, the character itself is in the back. This character, again, is not in the foreground per se. She's, like, in the midground, I guess. These characters are foreground, but they're flat stained glass. So it's possible that that is one of the big things that people hate. But like, I like the rest of this. I don't hate this. I don't like the eyes because they creep me out, which is its own thing. But this does look markedly different than these. At least it gives me a different vibe. But yeah, I'm done talking about this card. Double Down. Hey, we're wizards, and I heard you like copying things, so I made you some more things that copy things. It's 3 and a blue for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an outlaw spell, copy that spell. Okay. This is Necroduality, but specific for outlaws, right? This is a Reflection of Lit Yara, except it gets to cost 1 less because you don't get to choose the creature. I wonder. Type line. Zombie. Damn. Zombie rogue. Even fewer. Dang. They just come from here, dumbass. The other outlaws. Warlock. I don't think there are many zombie warlocks. Jesus, Justin. Alright. There are not very many zombie warlocks. Assassins and pirates are the other ones. It's a zombie mercenary assassin. Come on, pirate. Don't fail me now. Satoru, the Infiltrator. Blue and a black. For a 2/3 human ninja rogue. Has Manache. When it and or one or more other non-token creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if none of them were cast, or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. Notably, this is not once per turn, but the way the effect works is that, let's say you collect a company into this and another creature, you're only drawing 1 card for that instance. If you have creatures plotted, right, each of those are going to come in distinctively. They're going to be their own instance of this trigger. So it's cool. It's ninja support without needing to like have ninjutsu on it. But it also supports other things. It's cool design. It's a 2-mana 2/3 with menace. So, as I said earlier, my friends and I will make commander decks with like spoiled cards. They made an Ezio deck. I do not remember the name. This card is stupid. This card is legitimately nuts. 2 mana for a 3/2 with menace? That's crazy. Like, this doesn't exist. This doesn't matter. Because being able to just do this is so easy in a game of Commander. Because very frequently, on turn 3, remind you, at least one player is not going to have a blocker. The card's stupid. I'm hoping this card is not also stupid. It did look. If this didn't have menace, it'd be fine. If this wasn't allowed to play 5 colors, it would be fine. It gets you to play literally all of the good assassins. It's not fine. Boop. Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Your flaming locks of auburn hair, your ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. I can't see the eyes, but I'm assuming it's emerald green. This is actual Jolene. I don't like this. Not the card. The card's fine. I don't like this. Fucking Snorse. Wizards. Look, a snake cat, that's fine. Egypt, whatever. They're crazy cats. They made a snake cat. They have a crocodile demon, whatever. I draw a cactus spider? Sure. I draw the line at a snake horse. Stop it. Get some help. Snake horse? Really? It's horrifying. This is an abomination. Anyway, let's talk about the actual card. 3-mana 4/2, human and mercenary. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures with power 4 or greater, create a treasure token. Pay 1 in a red, sack a token, sack a treasure. Jolene deals 1 damage to any target. Oddly enough, the Hydra is not a snake. Is it not? Definitely weird it has hooves. What's messed up is it's technically less weird because there's no delineation between like hoof and like skin, right? Like this looks like it is just the whole bone. Like it doesn't have fingernails because it wouldn't. Why would it? I mean, it shouldn't have fucking. No, it's abomination. This card's fine. It has two toughness. Sure. Yeah, sure. Form a posse. X red white. Hey, it's 4th Aerolingas with set mechanic. Create X mercenaries. That's it. X red white. Make X creatures. Cool. Sure. It's fine. Lazav, familiar stranger. 1 blue black for a 1/4 shapeshifter. Oh yeah, what the fuck? What does it eat? Also, is it a vegetarian? Does it eat plants that are bigger than it? Crazy. Whenever you commit a crime, put a 1/1 counter on Lazav. Then you may exile a card from a graveyard. Doesn't matter which, a graveyard. Notably, this doesn't target. If this targeted, you'd be committing a crime constantly. For what it's worth, it doesn't matter because this ability triggers only once each turn, but you'd be able to keep committing crime, which matters for like other cards. If a creature card was exiled this way, you may have Lazav become a copy of that card until end of turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, it's fine. 3-mana 1/4, it's pretty defensive. It scales nicely, like with what you want to be doing anyway. It's innate graveyard removal. I mean, this card seems legitimately fine. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this sees play in some standard thing. Bovine Intervention. It's like Divine Intervention, but cows. 1 in a white instant. Destroy target artifact or creature. Its controller makes a cow. Cool. Yo, true. Lazav absolutely has more consistent art than, say, Rakdos. That's hilarious. Good white removal. It's fine white removal. It's able to hit artifacts, which is good. It's 2 mana, which is not great. It's instant speed, which is good. It doesn't hit planeswalkers or enchantments, which is not great. It's fine. Marauding Sphinx. 3 blue for a 3/5 Sphinx Rogue with Flying, Vigilance, and Ward. Ward 2. Does not need Ward 2, but whatever. Whenever you commit a crime, surveil 2. This build triggers only once each turn. This is a Sphinx. That's an outlaw. It's wearing spurs. It doesn't need to wear spurs. If I recall correctly, the point of spurs were to essentially agitate the horse into moving faster, which is not cool. But this card is. I would not be surprised if first picking this in draft can attack people with them. That's fair. That's fair. Like this seems like a good draft first pick, honestly. Like it has flying, vigilance, so it can attack and block. Has Ward 2, which is annoying as hell, and it gets value from committing crimes. This card seems like real strong in limited. Intimidation Campaign. Hey, it's like Disinformation Campaign, except slightly different. 1 blue-black for an enchantment with, when it ETBs, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life, and you get to draw a card. Whenever you commit a crime, you may return this to your hand. To its owner's hand, but whatever. On the front legs, not the back legs. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, it's very similar to Disinformation Campaign, except Disinformation Campaign made them discard a card, you drew a card, and then whenever you surveilled, you got to bounce it. Whether or not committing a crime will be easier than surveil, the life gain is not as good as forcing your opponent to discard. Sorry, the life loss is what I meant. The life drain, the fact that it's they lose 1, you gain 1, can be helpful. It makes it less dead against aggressive strategies. So it could be better than Disinformation Campaign because of that. Crafty Coyote. It's Wily Coyote. 1 in a red for a Coyote with plot 1 in a red. When an ETB start creature control gets +1/+1 in haste. Notably, it can target itself. Is a 2 mana, essentially 3/3 haste, but it's not 3/3 for long. That's fine. It's a cool card. You can, like, if you have a big dumb idiot that doesn't have haste, maybe you're playing red green. You plot this on turn 2. On turn 4, you play the big snake or the big worm. It's not a snake. Give that thing haste. Attacking it as 7/6. So reasonable. It's high noon. 1 in white for an enchantment. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. We've seen this before. Deafening Silence, Phyrexian Censor, Rule of Law, Archon of Emeria, sort of. Aethersworn Canonist, sort of. I guess technically I should have said sort of with Phyrexian Censor. But it has an activated ability. A 4 in a red, sack it. Deal 5 damage to any target. I mean, this is removal you put on layaway. It's also like your opponent dies on layaway. Card seems fine, right? Like, Rule of Law effects are valuable in sideboards in many situations. In Limited, you legit can look at this just as, hey, I happen to be splashing white, or I happen to be splashing red. I'm going to cast this. I'm not playing a bunch of plot spells, so it's not going to affect me as much. I get to dome my opponent at some point later on. I get to use his removal, etc., etc. Right? I think High Noon is a reasonable card. It's weird that it's rare. Archon I know is rare. Two rares, 2 uncommon, one of which used to be a rare. Alright, sure. Sure, that's fine. Could easily play this in blue-white with some Trilines activating it. Yeah, very true. Eartha Joe, Frontier Mentor. Why is every single core always climbing shit? Is it all of their joie de vivre? Oh my fucking god, dude. I don't remember what it was, but they kept saying like joie de vivre or like Vivi or something like that. I was going to die. I couldn't continue watching. I can't remember what it was. I wanted to scream. Well, how would you know she's a Zendikar core, not a different one? Are there any core remaining on Dominaria? Oops. Then sort this by release date. Commander Master stuff. Oh, yeah, it's Dominaria United. Yeah, alright. Apparently there are a decent amount of core left on Dominaria. Cool. Fair. You know what? Fair assessment. If they're not climbing, how do you know where they're from? She's a 2 red-white 2/4 core advisor for some reason. Oh, she's a mentor. Okay. A lot of core scouts because, you know, climb. When she enters, you make a mercenary. Whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. It's cool. Yeah, she's like a Sherpa. Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of cool. If you have like pingers, that's a thing. If you have other buffing things like mercenaries, that works. Notably, it's activate. You know, so it's not triggered ability, so it does have to be something that, you know, has the colon in it. But technically a 4/4. Technically, she is a 3/5 with the ability to become a a 5/5. But yeah, I see what you're saying. She's cool. What's my take on Merc tokens? They're unexciting, but fine. I feel similar to them as I did to decayed zombies. Like, they're zombie tokens, which is cool, but they're decayed, so I don't care about them. Is essentially where I feel about the mercenaries. Grinning Robber is a 3 and a black zombie rouge, 4/3. When it ETBs, if a creature died this turn, aka morbid, you make one of them two black zombies, blue black zombies, and then you plot it for a tuna black. This is one of the first ones that are like mind games, in my opinion. Right? You plot this, and then you're just like attacking with your dudes. It's like, you want to block, sucker? You want to kill one of my creatures? Well, guess what? I'm gonna get it right back. Punk. This card's fine. It's a limited morbid thing, sure. Wander between worlds. 3 blue. Sorcery. Each player may shuffle their hand and graveyard into the library. Every player who does draw 7 cards. Exile this. Plot for 4 blue. The plot is cool on this card because essentially you cast all your spells and then you get to plot this for free, or you cast it from plotting it earlier. When you have no cards, you get a fresh new 7, and you get all the cards that you needed to use throughout the game back into your deck, so you have a chance to use them again. It lets your opponent choose, which is interesting. I want to say this is the first of these windfall effects. Time Twister. Time Twister? I don't remember, and I don't care. This type of effects that allows your opponents to choose not to. That makes it weaker. But I don't think it makes it weak. Like, I don't think if this was a force thing, that it would be, like, remarkably stronger. I like the card. Arid Archway. It's another bounce land. We already have a Guildgate bounce land, I want to say. God dang it. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. Type line. Land. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. I swear to God, if it's the apostrophe, I'm gonna go insane. Gil. Absolutely Gil. This isn't a gate? Garbage. Actual trash. This is a desert. This is just better. Actual trash. I thought this was a fucking gate. Get out of here. Anyway, this is a fucking desert, so it's good. When an ETB is returned to land, you control to his owner's hand. If another desert was returned this way, you get to surveil one. Cool. And it adds double colorless. This is the colorless version of the Karoo lands or the Ravnica bounce lands. They are good in a variety of situations. I could talk more about it, but I'm not going to. Is there not a better version of Add Knife Point? I swear to God, I've seen a better version of Add Knife Point. Whatever. 1 black-red for an enchantment. As long as it's your turn, Outlaws you control at first strike. Cool. And then when you commit a crime, you get a Merc. It only triggers once each turn, though. Notably, it can trigger on your opponent's turn, which is cool. Your Outlaws having first strike is good because your Merc tokens only give +1 power, not +1 toughness. This is probably the signpost uncommon for draft, where you're supposed to be drafting crimes and mercs, or crimes and outlaws, I suppose. So, sure. Congregation Griff. 1 green-white for a 1/4 flying lifelink hippogriff mount. Looks like they're from Innistrad, because they have the heron hippogriffs. And so far, I think we've only seen them from Innistrad. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of mounts you control. Saddle 3. I just realized you can use mounts to saddle other mounts. That's strange. Card's fine. My assumption is that the green-white signpost uncommon is saddle. Spinewoods Armadillo. 4 green for a 7/7 Armadillo with a reach. Sure. Ward 3. Why? And 1 in green, discard this, search library for a basic land card or a desert card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. You gain 3 life. I mean, yeah. Sure. I mean, these cards are generally fine in limited, especially considering the deserts. You have, like, dual deserts. I think this is going to be a relatively high-picked card. You gain 3 life, so, like, the potential tempo loss isn't as much of an issue. Again, you can be using this to fix your mana. You can get, like, a random one-off desert that you might have that, like, does something. I haven't seen all of the deserts that do a thing, but, you know. And then, you know, 6 mana, 7/7 with reach and just hard to get rid of. It's fine. Doesn't have trample, which it's nice, in my opinion. Because if it had trample and ward, I'd be very upset. But it's fine. Unscrupulous Contractor. 2 and a black for a 3/2 human assassin. When it ETBs, you may sack a creature. When you do, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Notably, this can sack itself, which is cool. You get to target a player. I'm so happy about this. I like when Wizards lets me target my opponents. You can force them to die with 2 life. You can also plot it, which means you can, you know, you plot this, you play some creature that you don't care about. Like, it has an ETB, but you don't actually care about it. And then you sack it. Cool, whatever. The other reason to plot is because you'll then have the mana free, right? So you plot this on turn 3, play it on turn 4. You have 4 mana potentially to do stuff with. Yeah. Tomb Trawler. 2/04 for a Golem. 2 mana, put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. I've seen them print this style of effect so many times, and I've very little seen them actually used. We're getting a dope-ass reprint of Archangel of Tides. Which means she'll be legal and timeless, Brawl, historic, explorer, and alchemy, but who cares? Also, I didn't realize that she was only truly printed once. I didn't realize her cost was relatively high. I fucking love this card though. 1 triple white for a 3/5 flying angel. As long as it's untapped, creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. As long as it's attacking, creatures can't block unless they pay 1 for each of those creatures. It's just a big FU. I love it. It's a 3/5, so on defense it's already like pretty decent. You force your opponent to pay to attack you, which means they're less likely to be able to like get rid of your stuff. Then while you're attacking, your opponent like, oh cool, you might have a flyer, but you have to use some of your mana. And if on your turn you chose to maximize your mana use by, say, attacking, well, now you don't have any more mana. Gif can hit. Find a way to get this vigilance, and it's dope. I fucking love this card. Servant of the Stinger. 2 mana 1/3 with Death Touch. It's a human warlock. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, if you've committed a crime this turn, you may sack this. If you do, Demonic Tutor. It has Death Touch, which means your opponent is not going to necessarily want to block it. But as soon as they do, as long as you've committed a crime, you get to sack it to Demonic Tutor. This is a delayed Demonic Tutor on legs with a condition. I still think that's fine. If nothing else, this is a 2 mana 1/3 with Death Touch. So it can kill 2 X's for free. It can kill anything bigger than that in a trade. And you can just attack your opponent. And if they're like, well, he hasn't committed a crime this turn, all right. So you go, you declare no blocks. I will kill one of your creatures. Oh no, I've committed a crime. I get to search for a thing. It's cool. New Death and Taxes card just dropped. Even Interrupted. 1 double white for a 2/2 Bird Rouge. It has flash. It has flying. 2 things I love to see on D&T creatures. When it enters the battlefield, exile target spell. It becomes plotted. But Justin, doesn't that mean that your opponent is able to just cast that on a later turn for free? Yes. That's not always good enough, though. If, for example, they attempt to counter one of my spells, well, your counter sucks. If, for example, they need to cast something that has a like a ETB that has to be cast from hand. There are some of those. It's not super relevant, but it is a thing. That's not going to work. But also, spells your opponents cast from graveyards or exile cost 2 more to cast. Not only does this card hate on the card that you just interrupted, you can play it for its normal thing. Oh, I'm going against a deck that is casting spells from graveyard via Unearth, Flashback, whatever. Suspend, right? This works against Suspend, Rebound. I want to say Rebound is cast from exile. I love this card. The only problem is at 3 mana, that slot is so full. It's so full. But this card is real nice. It's real nice. So good. I'm very sorry. Roxanne, all you want to do is party all night. Roxanne Starfall Savant. She's a cat druid for 3 red green and 4/3. She ETBs or attacks, make a meteorite tapped that says when it ETBs deals 2 damage to any target, and add a mana of any color. Whenever you tap an artifact token for mana, add 1 mana of any type that artifact token produced. Oh no, I want the name to be treasure. No, I want the type to be treasure, because if I just do name, it's going to give me a bunch of other things like treasure cruise. Tap and sack. Add 1 mana of any color. You have to tap it to make mana. If this doesn't work... Oh yeah. If this doesn't work with treasures, that makes no goddamn sense. Yes, that won't make any sense. Also though, like, she just throws fucking meteorites. It's any target. It's any target, my guys. Seems reasonable. It's Marchesa, Dealer of Death. Blue, black, red for a 3/4 human rouge. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1. If you do, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. This one doesn't trigger only once each turn. You get to put a card, like, you get to replace the card that you used to commit the crime. And you're putting cards in your graveyard, which is not really a bad thing. Like, in general, I think putting the card in your graveyard is going to be better than putting it on the bottom of your library. Because in general, players have more access to their graveyard than they do the bottom of the library. Again, in general. Longhorn Sharpshooter, I legit was going to read this. And then I was like, it took me too long to realize it's like German. Dutch. D. I don't fucking care, dude. 2 in a red for a 3/3 Minotaur Rouge with a reach and plot 3 in a red. When this becomes plotted, it deals 2 damage to any target. So we've seen stuff like this before. Bone Crusher Giant, when it goes on an adventure, or its adventure is what that is, but whatever. The Channel Archer, I think it's a Goblin Archer, from Neon Dynasty. I like this. I mean, it's cool. Like, on rate, 3 mana, 3/3 with reach. Good stats. The ability to use it as pseudo removal. Also nice. Lively Dirge. It's 1 in a black. Spree card. Sorcery. +1. Search your library for a card, put it in your graveyard, then shuffle. Okay. +2. Return up to 2 target creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. So for 4 mana, I get a slightly better 3 mana black card from Ikoria. You get up to 3. Like, total. Generally better. Or 3 mana for a worse Buried Alive? Because I want to say Buried Alive is also 3 mana, but you get to put 2 things in. Buried Alive might only be creatures. Oh, okay. It's 3 cards, but they have to be creatures. Okay. That's a little bit more reasonable, but whatever. So for 5 mana, you get to tutor a 4-drop into play, essentially. That's not bad. Like, that's Green Sun Zenith. That's not bad. Like, 5 mana to search for a 4-drop? Four mana to, like, return a Rhino? Are we going to be playing Super Rhinos? Because if you have Rhinos and they've died, you can rebuy the Rhinos. If you don't have Rhinos, you pay 5 to get a Rhino. I'm liking it. Spicy. Kellen joins up. Green, white, blue. For legendary enchantment, when it enters the battlefield, you may exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. Sure. Essentially getting a free plot. Whatever. When a legendary creature ETBs, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I'd like to ask, what the fuck, Wizards? This does not seem nearly as balanced as Vraska's or Tiny Bones. Ziz. Why, Wizards? Stop. Get help. I mean, card seems good. You get a free plot Like, you just get a free plot. So you're paying 3 mana to cast something later for free, and the thing that you're getting is, hey, when a legendary creature I control ETBs, I get a 1/1 counter on not just that creature, not just legendary creatures, all of my creatures. Ugh. Riku of Many Paths is disappointing. I was so excited when I saw Riku was coming back. This is not what I thought it would be. Green, blue, and red for a 3/3 human Vizard. When you cast a modal spell, choose up to X, where X is the number of times you chose a mode for that spell. Exile the top card of your library. Until end of your next turn, you may play it. Put a 1/1 counter on Riku against trample. Create a burb with flying. I'm disappointed. I don't know, man. Like, would it have killed them just to let me, like, copy a mode, or like, you may choose all modes on modal spells, or something? I don't know, man. I'm disappointed. It's fine, but it relies on, like, modal spells being good. Because there are plenty of modal spells that are just choose one, right? So, I don't know. It's meh. Starburn Burrow Fiend is a 2-mana 2/2 Badger Beast Mount. When it comes saddled for the first time each turn, mill 2 cards, then it gets +1/+1, or +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures in your yard. And it's a saddle too. It's bear with set mechanic. And upside. So, it's good. Outcaster Greenblade. 2 and a green for a 1/2 human merc. ETBs, search the library for a basic or a desert, put it in your hand, and then this gets a +1/+1 for each desert you control. Real dope. The fact that it starts out as a 1/2 is really nice. You know, it's not insane to see, like, turn 1, the mana fixing desert, turn 2, whatever, turn 3, play this, have at least like 1 desert out, and then next turn you'll have another one, so it'll be a 3/5, 3/4. So, yeah. And it's a totally reasonable card. Bruised Tarl, Roving Rancher. 2 white-red for a 4/3 human warrior. Oxen you control have double strike. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile the top card of your library. If it's a land card, make an ox. Otherwise, you can cast it until the end of your next turn. Cool. You make a bunch of oxen. I don't care. Thunder Lasso. 2 and a white. ETB is attached to a creature. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you get to tap target creature defending a player controls. Equip for 2. Is fine. The fact that it equips, like, immediately is a huge benefit. Being able to tap an opposing creature without, like, spending extra mana, essentially, I think is also very good. I think this card is probably going to be initially undervalued and limited, and then it'll be taken more, because I think this is legitimately good. Aloe Alchemist. Ha ha ha. 1 and a green for a 3/2 plant warlock with trample. Plot, 1 and a green. When it becomes plotted, target creature gets +3/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. It can't be a combat trick, because plot is only at sorcery. But still, you play a 1-drop. On turn 2, you plot this. Let's just say it's a 1/1, right? Let's just say it's a 1/1. It becomes a 4/3 with trample that you're attacking with on turn 2. So functionally, you've played your card, except you've played your card with haste. Well, it's like prepay haste, because next turn it won't have it. Whatever, shut up. It is a good card. This card seems dope and limited. Like, actually dope. Bonnie Paul, Clear Cutter. This is obviously Paul Bunyan and Babe the Cow. Except this is, instead of Paul Bunyan, this is Bonnie Paul, and instead of Babe the Cow, it's Bo the Cow. So, just a little bit of a gender flip there. Rule 64? Rule 63? 64? I don't remember. One of them stupid things. 3 green, dub blue for a 6/5 giant scout with reach. When it ETBs, create Bow, a legendary ox. This creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever you attack, draw a card. Then, you may put a land card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. I like this card. It does just do the blue thing, the Simic things, which is ramp and draw cards. Boring. But I think the cost is correct. I think this is an appropriate amount of mana to spend for this effect. I wouldn't be surprised if this card is just bad because, in Commander at least, because fucking stuff costing 6 mana is just not good enough now. Visage Bandit, or Bandit Voleur de Visage. 3 and a blue for a 2/2 Shapeshifter Rouge, with plot 2 blue, 2 and a blue. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature you control, except it's a Shapeshifter and a Rogue, in addition to the other types. Cool. It is... If you have no creatures, at the bare minimum, this can be a 4 mana 2/2, which is bad, but it can be that. But what's nice is that you're able to plot it if you have no creatures. You plot it on turn 2 or on turn 3. On turn 4, you play a good 4-drop, and then you get to cast this, making a second good 4-drop, right? I think this card's very cool. Sheesh. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wrangler of the Damned. 3 blue, blue-white for a 1/4 human soldier with flash. Beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, make a 2/2 white spear token with flying. This is the signpost uncommon, I assume, for the blue-white, which is plot. Cool. Laws about the law. 3 and a white enchantment. ETBs exile it O-rings something, or not O-rings. It banishing light something. But you also get a mercenary. You pay 1 more to get a mercenary. Probably value the mercenary at like half a mana. You're removing something of theirs and gaining something. So it's a temporary 2-for-1. That's fine. Fleeting Reflection. 1 in a blue instant. Target creature you control against hexproof. Untap that creature until an end of turn. It becomes a copy of up to 1 other target creature. So you can just use this to give something hexproof, or you can just make your creature have hexproof and be able to turn it into something big and scary. That's cool. You've been caught in the crossfire. Double red for an instant with Spree. +1. Caught in the crossfire deals 2 damage to each outlaw creature. +1. Caught in the crossfire deals 2 damage to each non-outlaw creature. Which means you can pay 4 to deal 2 damage to every creature. Or you can pay 3 to blah, 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 you know the deal. Card's fine. Free Strider Lookout. 2 and a green for a 3/3 human rouge with reach. When you commit a crime, look at the top 5 cards of your library, put a land card from among them on the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This ability triggers only once each turn. Look at the top 5. I know it triggers once a turn. But in a normal game, there are 2 turns in a turn order, and you know what I'm saying. But also, in EDH, there are a lot of turns. Card seems stupid. Hard Bristle Bandit. 1 in a green for a 1/1 plant rouge. Adds 1 mana of any color. Whenever you commit a crime, untap it. This ability triggers only once each turn. Tap this. Play Thoughtseize. Untap it. Play something else. Now that I have information. I need to get water. I'm unable to speak. I shall return. I don't even know. Sure, I'll just put getting food. I have no idea how YouTube does ads. So I will return in a second. Okay. I have no idea. Why can't I hear my own clicks? I don't think I could hear that before. Interesting. Anyway. Mobile Homestead. 2 mana for a 3/3 vehicle. It has haste as long as you control a mount. Whenever it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it on the battlefield tapped. Crew 2. Bruh. Have a 2/2 mount. Yeah, have a 2/2 mount. Crew it with the mount. It has haste. I find it amusing. Miriam, Herd Whisperer. Green and a white for a 3/2 human druid. As long as it's your turn, mount and vehicles you control have hexproof. Whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, put a 1/1 counter on it. It is a lord for mounts and vehicles in green and white. Cool. I'm not sure about green, but I do know that white has some vehicle synergy. If I recall correctly, like red and blue are generally like the main vehicle colors, but she's fine. Lone Shark. Plus, Kenobi said there are too many things like this in the set. I disagree. Lone Shark is fucking great. It's a fucking shark. And it puts out loans, baby! 3 and a blue for a Shark Rouge. It's a 3/4 plot, 3 and a blue. When ETBs, if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card. Like, 4 mana 3/4 if you need it. Otherwise, you could just play it next turn with something else. I love the card. Cool card, great art. Fantastic. I have no idea. Desperate Bloodsucker is a 1 and a black 2/2 vampire with lifelink. 8 ATBs. Target player mills 2. It's a black bear with double upside, potentially. It's cool. Why couldn't you just call him Vladimir? Vadmir, New Blood. 1 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Rouge. Whenever you commit a crime, put a 1/1 counter on this. Triggers only once each turn. As long as Vadmir has 4 more 1/1 counters on it, it has Manache and lifelink. The lubricating liquid of the gods. Water. Cool card's cool. He wants you to commit crimes. When you're done committing a few crimes, you get to do cool things. Yeah. Prosperity Tycoon, 3 and a white for a 4/2 human noble. ETBs, you make a merc. 2 mana, sack a token. This gets indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Generally, I don't like 4/2s in limited. This is kind of a 5/3, but it's not. I don't like this card. Bristly Bill Spine Sower. First of all, 10 out of 10 name. Second of all, landfall. It says landfall. Good. I mean, with ability words, it's kind of fine because the ability words have no real meaning by itself. It is different than keywords, but whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. 3 green. Double the number of 1/1 counters on each creature you control. This card is fucking nuts. you can put this in some sort of weird, like, super ramp, mono green Voltron deck. I'm throwing it straight into Kelith and Rayhan. Like, this card is dope AF. Because that deck already has a bunch of, like, counter increasers and doublers. And the activated ability isn't like once per turn. It's not a tap ability. You can use it as many times as you have mana for it. At instant speed! This card is so good. It shouldn't be a mythic in terms of, like, complexity, but it's real good. Seraphic Steed, like Angelic Steed, essentially. Green and a white for a 2/2. Unicorn Mount. Has First Strike Lifelink. Saddle 4. When it attacks while saddled, make a 3/3 White Angel creature token with flying. So you have to saddle it twice before you can have 2 angels saddle it for the rest of the game. It's good. So, bear. I mean, if nothing else, it's a bear with First Strike Lifelink. Like, if nothing else. Yeah, that's pretty good. Malcolm the Eyes. Blue and a red. For a 2/2 Siren Pirate. Flying in haste. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, investigate. Sure. Some of the pirates like artifacts. These can draw you cards, which is helpful to cast, like, to get another spell, to cast 2 spells in a turn. Sure. Bind and Negotiation. 1 and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. If you may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, they discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exiled card they own into their graveyard. This stops the plot, which is cool. But it has other potential upsides, which aren't super common, but they do exist. Par exemple, when you have things like... What the fuck are you called? You Archangel of something? Oh no, there was a recent one, wasn't there? It's 4 mana. I hate my life. Type line. Angle. It is a white card. Its mana value is 4. I believe it is a 2 white card. It should be legal, at least in Timeless. Hey, it's this one. Aurelia's Vindicator is the card I was thinking of. So there could be situations like this where your opponent has something like this, and they exile a few of their cards, so that when this leaves eventually, they get those cards back in their hand, right? They can reuse them. But you can just be like, nah. Slow flicker also works. So fast flicker like this doesn't, but if we look at Wisp, whoops. We look at Flicker Wisp, where it returns to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. It exists in exile, and you're able to put in their graveyard. This works with Suspend, so if they have something suspenseful occurring, you just be like, no. This is a really cool card. 3 steps ahead. A blue instant with Spree, 1 in a blue, or add 1 in a blue, counter target spell. It's a cancel, sure. Add 3 generic, create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control. Clone for 4 mana, yeah. Add 2, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. 3 mana for a looting effect? Yeah. All 3 of these modes are good. Like, they're like at rate, right? Like cancel is cancel plus is the new rate, right? But this is modal, so it doesn't get that plus, right? 4 mana instant speed to clone something. Honestly, that actually sounds about right. And then 3 mana is, it's divination is like the thing, but divination is sorcery speed. Although I think we might have an instant speed one now. I don't remember. Yeah, no, this good card. Good card is good. Shifting Grift. Blue, sorcery with spree. +2 exchange control of 2 target creatures. +1 exchange control of 2 target artifacts. +1 exchange control of 2 target enchantments. Notably, this does not have to be you and your opponent. This is exchange control. If I am at a game of Commander, I can give, if I'm player A, I can give player B creature to player C, player D's artifact to player A, and then C and I can swap enchantments, right? This card's really cool. Like, hilarious. Okay. In terms of power level, I mean, it's an uncommon. It's a good uncommon. But like, this feels more mythic than the cactus guy, insofar as like, it's a relatively complex effect that you really don't see very often, on a card that's already kind of complicated because it's a modal spell. It's cool. I love this card. Nomad Possum. Actually, this is an opossum, but whatever. 2 and a green for a 3/3 possum mount with saddle 1. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gains +1/+2 until end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddle it to their owner's hand. Very cool. You can have creatures that have like 1 power that do something on ETB. Just need to double check something. Okay, I'm fairly certain it's like Crew, where the creature doesn't have to defaced. I just wanted to be sure. But, yeah, I mean, you play, even if it's just like, there's a 1 mana bird that scries 1 when it ETBs. Right, so you can like play the bird, saddle this, it attacks as a 4/5, which is just good. And then you're able to just bounce your creature back. That also works as like pseudo vigilance if you have the mana for it. So if you have a creature that like you don't want to attack with, but is fine as a blocker, let's say your opponent has a few 4/4s. Whatever. It has some number of relatively large creatures, but it has one in particular that's like really good, and the rest of its creatures are just fine. And then you have a Death Touch creature, right? You might not want to attack with the Death Touch creature, but you still might want to block with it. So you get to saddle this up and attack. I think it's a really good saddle creature. I guess it depends on how many good ETBs are in limited, but hey, look, it's the Roadrunner. Resilient Roadrunner is 1 in a red for a 2/2 burb with haste, protection from coyotes, does not fly. 3 mana, Resilient Roadrunner can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. Haha. Lol, Wily Coyote, not fast enough. Wait, he has haste! So you can get caught. Tisk tisk wizards. Outcaster Trailblazer. Don't know why it's not Trailblazer Outcast or Outcast Trailblazer. Why is it Outcaster Trailblazer? That sounds weird. The green iguana mount is cool. Too many people have green iguanas as pets, and they do not take care of them properly. They're very large lizards. They're generally not friendly. But people don't take care of them. 3 mana for a 4/2 human druid. When it ETBs, add a mana of any color. Hey look, a rebate. Whenever another creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Plot for 2 and a green. So, what you get to do is, turn 1, mana dork. Turn 2, plot the outcast. Turn 3, you have 3 lands and a mana dork. And then you get to cast this for free to make a 5th mana. And you get to spend that 5th mana. This is turn 3, right? Yeah. You get to spend that 5th mana on a 5-drop that's going to trigger this, drawing you a card. That said, this I have no idea if this is good. It seems like the green-red is ferocious. Or no, was ferocious? One of them was 4+, one of them was 8+. This is the 4+ version. I can't remember. I mean, I guess I could just do this. Oh. Ferocious. I do not like typing with one hand. 4 or greater. Okay. Formidable, the other one? Hello. It is formidable. I'm so smart. Terror of the Peaks is getting a reprint. Okay. This card's horrifying. That is all. Shoot the Sheriff. This is a crime. 1 in a black, destroy target non-outlaw creature. You know, this is go for the throat. This is cast down. You know, it's essentially Doomblade, but set mechanic. Smuggler Surprise. Single green for an instant with Spree. Plus 2 mill 4 cards. You may put up to 2 creature cards. Creature and or land cards from among the milled cards into your hand. I hate when cards are among the milled cards. Makes me sad. Yeah, they need to print like a deputy that is an outlaw so that it can't be shot. Yeah. Hell, they might have that. I don't, you know. Plus 4 and a green. You may put up to 2 creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. I'm trash. Plus 1, creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. This is instant. Interesting. This is instant, so you're able to potentially just like pay 6 mana to get 2 big dumb idiots from your graveyard to the battlefield, which is real good. You can use this as like a not very strong mulch effect. You can also, again, just use it to protect your big dudes. This might be really good in my L. Because I think I already use Heroic Intervention in my L, don't I? EDH. My L, cost. Does not seem that I do. I run maneuver. Oh, it's just for maneuver. I guess it's just because I just don't care. Yeah, alright. Oh, it does already have Spearbreaker Behemoth, so. Regardless, this card is interesting. I don't know if it's as good as some of the other ones we've seen. Hellspur Brute. 4 and a red for a 5/4 Minotaur Mercenary with trample and affinity for Outlaws. Wizards, thank you for continuing to print things. I'm so happy that a random uncommon in the set has affinity. Cost 1 less for each assassin, mercenary, pirate, rogue, and or warlock you control. That's cool stuff. I mean, 5 mana for a 5 power trampler is generally on rate in limited. Seems fine. Nibble Brigand is a 2 and a blue, 1/3 human rouge. It can't be blocked if you've committed a crime this turn. When it deals combat damage to player, draw a card. You get to commit a crime, and then you get to reap the rewards of that, which is probably going to help you commit more crime. Card makes sense. Marauder's Hall is a 3-mana artifact. When you commit a crime, put a loot counter on it. This triggers only once each turn. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Pay 2 and tap, remove 2 loot counters from it, draw a card. It's similar to Dragon's Horde, but is different. I've seen some people say this is an easier to use Dragon's Horde. I disagree. This does cost 2 mana and 2 loot counters. I think it's on comparable power level. One more round. Double X, 2 white. Exile any number of creatures you control, then return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. Repeat this process X times. For 3 mana, it's a flicker. Cool. For 5 mana, it's a double flicker. That's pretty dang strong. For 7 mana, you're saying I get my ETBs 3 times? Card's really cool, especially for ETB decks. I have seen it. I haven't gotten to it in the list yet because they spoiled a lot more cards than I thought they did. Kambal, Greedy Mayor. 1 white black for a 2/4 human advisor. Whenever 1 more tokens enter the battlefield under an opponent's control, you may create a tapped copy of each of those tokens. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever 1 more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Notably, this ability does not trigger once each turn. I'm going to keep individually making tokens. I mean, I'm going to try this in my house deck. Yeah, I mean, this card is just, like, generally a good ball player. There are some cards in red I know that allow, force your opponent to make tokens. So you can go in those, like, Mardu style decks. It's a cool card. That might be my issue. Interesting. So a little bit earlier I was talking about Ezio and how stupid it was for being 2 mana 3/2 with Menace and the nonsense. I don't see, even though this is a 3 mana 2/4, I don't see this as being like in the same discussion about commanders as Ezio. And I think the reason why is because this doesn't do anything by itself, right? It doesn't enable your synergy. It is like the synergy card. So I think having inexpensive commanders that do things when you do things, I think that's fine. I think the cheap commanders that do the thing, I think that's what I dislike. I'm not sure. I like Kambal though. Kambal's cool. Intrepid Stablemaster. 1 and a green for a 2/2 human scout with reach. And tap, add a green. And tap, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast mount or vehicle spells. It's a grizzly bear with triple upside. It didn't need triple upside, frankly. This card didn't need reach. Because we've seen 2 mana, 2 mana mana dork and set mechanic, essentially. Why does this have reach? It doesn't need reach. Beast Bond Outcaster. Just makes me feel like this person's from Ikoria because of the way that name is. 2 and a green, 3/3, human druid, plot of 1 and a green. When it ETBs, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. plot this on turn 2. Play a 3-mana 4-power creature on turn 4. Or sorry, on turn 3. 3-mana. 2. Play this for free. Drop a card. So good. Yeah, I mean, seems reasonable. Outlaw Stitcher. Okay. The Innistrati have brung their proclivities here. 3 and a blue for a 1/4 human warlock with plot 4 and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 black and a 2/2 zombie rogue creature token. Put 2 1/1 counters on that token for each spell you cast this turn, other than the first. So if you play this on turn 4, you just get a lousy 2/2. But if you play this on a later turn, say maybe you plotted this, and then you get to cast it for free, this scales pretty well. You put 2 counters on it for each other. Pretty dope. Geralf the Fleshwright. This word is easy to mess up. Geralf. So we have LF. We have FL. In the way this is, like, plotted. Look, you could easily say Geralf the Fleshlight on accident. I'm just saying. Anyway, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human warlock. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn, other than the first spell you cast that turn, notably, this is similar to when you cast your second spell, except this works for all subsequent spells, right? Whenever you cast your second spell, only cares about the second spell. This one cares about the second and beyond. You make a 2/2 zombie rouge. Whenever a zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on it for each other zombie that enters the battlefield under your control this turn. Notably, this does not care if it's from this ability. Does not care at all. So if I say, play this in a Wilhelt deck that is running, I don't know, under the floorboards. Is it under the floorboards? Under the... Is that the flashback one? It is not. This is garbage. It's not Army of the Damned. It is Army of the... Alright, Q. Yeah. Notably, similar to Scapeshift and Valakut, all of these zombies see each other entering the battlefield. So if I have a Geralf out, all of my 13, all 13 of my zombies are going to get +12/+12. If they're the only zombies that I'm getting that turn. Hey, that's pretty good. That's fucking hilarious. I find that very funny. If you have OG Gisa out and you sacrifice a 4-power creature, you're getting 4 2/2s that are actually they all get +3, so you get 4 5/5s, right? Like, this is a really cool card. Does it pass the low cost commander problem that I have? I think this is also kind of fine because it's you have to double do a thing just to get one zombie. And in order for this to get like affected by this, you have to have a third spell. This is probably fine. Anyway. Boneyard Desecrator. 3 and a black for a 3/4 zombie merc as Menache. It also has 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature, put a 1 counter on this. If an outlaw was sacked, make a treasure token. Alright. 4 mana 3/4 with Menache is already fine. There's a little bit of zombie value in the set. There's a little bit of outlaw value because it's a mercenary. Notably, it's not a sorcery speed effect, so as long as you have the mana to do so, you can, if your opponent is going to attempt to kill one of your things, you get to get benefit from it. This is probably a pretty decent common and limited. Dance of the Tumbleweeds. I'm not the only one that sees. Like, these look like hands, right? And feet? They could have made them look more stick-like. These look like hands and feet. I'm scared. Anyway, it's 1 in a green sorcerer with Spree. +1, search the library for a basic land card or a desert card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay, I see. +3, create a XX elemental where X is the number of lands. So for 5 mana, you're ostensibly getting a 5/5. For 6 mana, you're essentially ramping and getting a 6/6. For 3 mana, you're having a technically better rampant growth. Card's fine. Djinn of Fool's Fall. I should say it's amazing and limited because of the dual deserts. The way it looks, I believe this is a Djinn from Tarkir. Specifically in Ojutai Djinn. Yeah. Yeah. Seems to be an Ojutai Djinn. Anyway, 4 and a blue for a 4/3 flying Djinn with plot, 3 and a blue. It's a common card. This is for the deck that cares about plots, which is the blue-white deck. They happen to also have flyers. Forsaken Miner. I've seen some people say that this is like an easier to use Gravecaller. Get the fuck out of my face. Black mana for a 2/2. Skeleton Rouge, can't block. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay a single black. If you do, return Forsaken Miner from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is different than Gravecaller, alright? Having a zombie out is free. Insofar as you just have to have the zombie. Right? This, you have to either cast a spell, which is what's going to happen most of the time, or activate an ability, which means it's either going to use mana or a research like tapping. It can't block, so it coming back untapped, not relevant. It can come back at instant speed, which I'll admit is relevant. But it's a skeleton and not a zombie, which means it has less tribal support. Get effed on. It's a 1 mana 2/2 in black that can come back. This is a good card. This will see play. I guess technically I don't know it'll see play because I don't know standard, but if there's a black aggro deck, it wants this. Almost certainly. Darkwatch? I don't know what Darkwatch is. I thought we had a better art of this card. Whatever. Irascible Wolverine. 2 in a red for a 3/2. Wolverine with plot. 2 in a red. When it ATBs, exile the top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card. 1. It's good that you get to play a land. 2. Hey, look. It's a plot card. That makes it so that when you cast it, or from the plot zone, I don't know how to describe that. When you cast it from the plot zone, you have mana open to use to cast the thing that you top decked. Cool. Rustler Rampage. Single white mana instant with Spree. +1. Untap all creatures target player controls. +1. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. I love that this is target player. So in Commander, this is hilarious political tool. It's a haha funny combat trick. for 2 mana to just give one of your things double strike. It's also a haha funny combat trick where your opponent thinks they're safe because you did like you flunged just like through all your dudes. And they were like, oh, I'm safe to kill you on the crackback. Nope. Fun card. Slick Sequence. Blue and a red for an instant. Deals 2 damage to any target. If you cast another spell this turn, draw a card. This is Shock. That costs more, but has the ability to draw a card. I have no idea if this is good or not. I legitimately don't. Because, like, let's say, for example, you Lightning Bolt, then cast this. You get 5 total damage across 2 cards, but you get to draw a card. So it's like you got 5 total damage across 1 card, but it isn't actually because you needed this needed to be in a specific circumstance. So this could be good, it could be terrible. Rise of the Varmints. I don't necessarily know why they made Varmint its own type. Because I think Pest is a type, isn't it? Pest is a type. This should have been a Pest. I mean, there's very little Pest support, but like, there's still some Pest support. I think it's strange. I mean, like, it's a Varmint, but like, these should have just been Pests. Or at least Pest Varmints. 3 and a green for a sorcery with plot, 2 and a green. Create X 2/1 green varmint creature tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. You wait till a lot of your stuff is dead, and you play it. Fine. Shackle Slinger. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human soldier. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose target creature an opponent controls. If it's tapped, put a stun counter on it. Otherwise, tap it. Hey look, it's a second spell. Make them tapped. The set does not feature characters holding revolvers and rifles. I'm fine with a compromise. Hasbro in general wants to stay away from like actual ballistics. Let me rephrase. They want to step away from accessible to Americans ballistics, right? Americans in general aren't going to be going around buying a cannon from like a pirate ship, right? So that's why those are kind of fine. I like that they introduced something that they could use later in terms of we recognize this is a gun analog in a setting where magic exists, right? Could they have made them look a little bit more gun-like? Possibly. I don't think it would have been too bad if like because I know there are some that look like rifles because it has like 2 long barrels, and then some that are like shorter. I think it's fine. I think my biggest problem with it is just like the energy isn't coming out of the end. Like if the energy was coming out of the end, or at least closer to the tip, I think it'd be fine. But it looks like it's coming from like the entire thing, and that's kind of strange. But in general, I'm fine with it. What I'm not fine with is this. No, I'm kidding. 2 double red for a 7/7 Scorpion Dragon. It's flying and trample. Also has plot 2 and a red. Stingerback Terror gets -1/-1 for each card in your hand. This is very similar to a card that there's no shot I'm going to spell correctly. Nixathit? Oh my god, I spelled it correctly. Except this is a chosen opponent's hand. This, obviously, you want to be making your opponent discard. This, you want to be playing it in a deck, I don't know, that's just casting its spells. I don't know, like a red deck. that just dumps its hand. Looks like something from the Monster Hunter games. Looks like something I don't want to fuck with. It's a dragon, horrifying by itself. Happy to have a scorpion tail. Are these MF claws? I think it might have claws. Horrifying. Utterly horrifying. Oh, are these legs? Oh, that was a weird little thing. This card seems really strong. Because even if you have like 2 cards in hand, right? Like this is still a 4-mana 5/5 with trample. And flying. So you can plot on turn 3. Oh yeah, I guess it does have the mandibles. Yeah. Horrifying. Horrifying. Great art. Horrifying. Gold Pan. 2 mana for equipment. When ATBs, create a treasure token. Equip a creature gets +1/+1. Equip for 1. I think that this card is a good equipment in terms of being a design. Here's why. It's 2 mana, but you get a rebate, right? You get a one-time usage of mana from the treasure. Cool. 2 mana with a rebate, essentially 1 mana. It gives your creature +1/+1, which, in limited, is not bad. Like, this allows you to trade up in a lot of cases, right? If you and your opponent have the same creature, yours is better now. And it only equips for 1, which, again, very valuable. This card would not be good looking if it didn't have the treasure part. Because then 2 mana for +1/+1 and equip is fine. Like, sometimes you still play it in limited. But the fact that you're able to play this and then either use that treasure to immediately equip it, right, making it essentially come in attached to a creature, or you can use that to be a burst ramp where you play this on turn 2. On turn 3, you play a 4-drop, right? And then once you're back to turn 4, you can equip this to your 4-drop, plot something else, right? Whatever. I like this as a role player. I like this, as a design. Tumbleweed Rising. That's an elephant made of tumbleweeds. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Create. You make the land elemental. I'm just gonna call it the land elemental. Oh, this isn't the land elemental. Are you telling me there's no shot Wizards is making 2 separate elementals for this? Like tokens. Are you telling me they're having a token that cares about the number of lands and a token that cares about the greatest power among creatures you control? And Wizards is over here saying it's too confusing to put +1/+1 counters and -1/-1 counters in sets. What? I predict this being very annoying and limited when you realize it's one and not the other, and vice versa. Has plot for 2 and a green. Did I speak poorly? Yeah, you get 1 creature based on your biggest creature. But there is another card that we talked about earlier that makes 1 based on the number of lands you have. And it's not star, right? Like it's locked in when you cast it. The issue that I'm seeing is, like, depending on how many of each there are, right? I would not be surprised if in a limited situation somebody plays this and you think it's one of them, but it's actually the other one, and it matters, right? Like, top decking 1 that cares about the number of lands you have is generally better than top decking 1 about the greatest power that you have. Patient Naturalist. 2 and a green for a human scout to 2/3. When ETBs mill 3 cards, put a land card from among the milled cards into your hand. If you can't, you make a treasure. I appreciate that this gives you something if you whiff. I still hate among the milled cards, but whatever. A magic player's greatest enemy, reading the card. I guess, but like, humans have shortcuts for a reason. Right, it's a very similar thing to like the reason that you can read like a paragraph if some of the words aren't like full words, like they're missing a number of consonants or whatever. Like we have evolved to be able to do that because it's beneficial. So in a set, if there are 5 cards that make an elemental that cares about the number of lands you control, and 1 that cares about the power, the one that cares about the power is going to be misplayed. Because it's the one thing that stands out. That's like, oh, this is different. All of the other cards that I'm playing are this way. This is the different one I didn't realize, right? That and a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Yu-Gi-Oh player's greatest enemy is Konami. Yeah. Bristleback Sentry. 1 and a green for a 3/3 Plant Wolf with Defender. As long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, the Sentry can attack as though it didn't have Defender. Love the flavor on this. It's a mom, and she takes so much good care of her kids that once they become stronger than her, they essentially protect her. It's cool stuff. It blocks Grizzly Bears all day. Reckless Lackey is a single red Goblin Pirate. It's a 1/2. Not a 1/1. It's a 1/2 with First Strike and Haste. Wait, there's more. 2 and a red. To sack this, you draw a card and you make a treasure. Wizards. What the fuck? Advanced. Mana cost. A single red mana, please. Type line. A creature, please. Legal in, let's say, Pioneer. Jesus, there are a lot of these. Oh, right, I meant to give it haste. Text. Haste. Let's see. This has First Strike and Haste, but it's a 1/1. It requires you to have other things to get the other benefits. This is haste as long as it's equipped. It does have some more benefit. This can give haste. This has haste if you have done other things. Again, has haste if you do other things. When this dies, you make a thing. Sure, cool, whatever. I mean, Monster Swiftspear, right, is haste with prowess, which is one of the best one-drop haste creatures. Why does this have First Strike, haste, and the ability to fucking to turn it into something else, and it's instant speed? If your opponent tries to, like, remove this or block this in a certain way, you get to just say, nah, I'm good. And it has a rebate because you get to make a treasure. I always wonder why Ixalan goblins are anthropomorphic humanoid monkeys. I appreciate that they are. I like when planes races are, like, visually different. For example, the goblins of Jund are rat-like. The goblins of Kamigawa are Goron-like. I appreciate those because, like, you can see a goblin and know, for the distinct ones, know where they're from, and I think that's cool. Why specifically they're, like, monkey types? I think they just happen to be that way. I think that's kind of cool. Like, one of the things that you'll see frequently is orcs being related in some way to pigs or other porcines. Porcines? Something like that. And one of the reasons is that, like, you know, a lot of the times orcs will have some tusks, right? A lot of the times orcs are viewed as very large, unruly, right? Traits that sometimes we give to pigs, especially like wild hogs. But there's no reason that you couldn't design your orcs to be not only more hog-like, right? So you give them kind of that the nose thing. Maybe you, instead of making them green, you make them more of a more shades of pink, and you have them. Some of them are bristly. stuff like that. Or you can get inspiration for your orcs to be a little bit different, right? The orcs of Tarkir are relatively reptilian in many of their features. Yeah. Mine Raider. Minecraft. 2 red for a 3/2 Human Rouge with Trample. It's weird. When it ATBs, if you control another outlaw, make a treasure. This card is fine. You get a rebate, but only if you have friends. Sure. Oh yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. It has the big muzzle flare at the end of it, but it's like coming from it looks like it's coming from this guy's hand, which doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like if they just like got rid of the yellow part inside of it, and it was just like maybe even just like a little inside, then I think it'd be fine. But yeah. Discerning Peddler, 1 red for a 2/2 Human Rouge. When ETBs, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. It is interesting. I would like it if Wizards gave us a better look at the timeline here, because the Omen Paths opened up after the invasion. The invasion didn't happen, theoretically, that long ago. So when did 1 come out? That's LCI. 1 came out, yeah, last year. Early last year, but last year. And typically, the timeline of things are very similar. So, if it's only been like a single year since the Omen Paths opened up, Thunder Junction is special, apparently, because it's like a nexus for Omen Paths. But the fact that you have someone who is legit just casually getting things from Noctamoon, which is on Amonkhet, or Fiora, which is the Battle Bond place, right? No, not Battle Bond, sorry, Conspiracy place. That's strange to me. That would be so commonplace. Like, it makes sense that scholars and explorers would know about the multiverse at large. It doesn't make a ton of sense for the random average person of a plane to know the multiverse can exist. Again, it's a little bit different because this is Thunder Junction. It's a place where a bunch of nonsense, but I don't know. Seems kind of strange. I can't read that, so skip it. Black Snag Buzzard. 2 in a black for a 2/1 burb with flying and plot of 1 in a black. When it enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it if a creature died. Omen Paths are opening up everywhere. Well, initially, it was treated as like these are things that you have to like go out of your way to find. Because if we're talking like with I don't remember if it was Nissa and Chandra or if it was Saheeli and Huatli, but I do remember like needing to find an Omen Path was like an issue in the first place. So if that's not the case, then still it's not like people can't run into them accidentally. Right, running into them is different than normal people just knowing that an entire multiverse exists. Right? Here. The way I see it is, it would be like and we have fucking modern technology, right? We have the fucking internet. It'd be like if I knew that there was a hidden tunnel in one of the like German metro systems, right? That was like it was a new open fucking club or whatever, aka kaiju plane. Nah, it'd be great. This card's fine. Slick Shot Vault Buster. 200 blue for a 1/4 Human Rouge with Vigilance. It gets +2/+0 as long as you've committed a crime this turn. This card does not seem super great to me, but blah. I think once information start getting out, getting around, especially in a hub plane. People are visiting from everywhere. Well, so that's my thing. On Thunder Junction, I think it's more fine. On Ravnica, I think it's generally fine because Ravnicans, they've had to deal with a lot of interplanar shit for a long time. Dominarians as well, like that kind of makes sense. If I were to go to Innistrad and people there are just like talking about stuff going on in Ikoria, that's weird. Like even a big event, right? If it's not like a plane wide happening, then it's weird. Because with all of our modern technology, the average person in the world doesn't know a like state level thing. I mean, the evasion is why the Omen Pass opened. Manage with down to 2 and a white for a 3/3 human citizen. Whenever one more creature you control dies, make it a 1/1 counter. Cool. It grows slower than the 2-mana 1/1 version, but it starts out as a 3/3, which is better. Steer clear. Haha, it's a deer pun. A single white instant deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Deals 4 damage to that creature instead if you control a mount as you cast the spell. Get hit on. We've seen effects like this before. Usually you'll see them at like 2 mana for average 5, I think is what it is. But it's fine. Ariette's Lullaby. 1 and a white for a sorcery. Destroy target tap creature. You gain 2 life. It's fine. It's removal. You take it unlimited, but it's not good anywhere else. Hellspur Posse Boss. 2 dub red. Yeah, see, like this one doesn't look gun-like at all, so I don't like this one. Some of them do look gun-like, and if I can see them, I'll point them out. Anyway, it's a 2/4 Lizard Rouge. Other outlaws you control have haste. It itself doesn't have haste. Whatever. When it ETBs, make 2 mercs. Notably, they have haste. So let's say I have a creature out. On turn 4, I play this. I tap my Rouges, I tap my mercs to make that creature +2/+0 bigger. Cool. Oh, it's very loud. I have no idea if it actually is loud though. Assimilation Aegis. 1 white-blue for an artifact equipment. When it ETBs, exile up to 1 target creature until it leaves the battlefield. When it becomes attached to a creature, for as long as it is attached to that creature is a copy of a creature card exiled with the Aegis. Equip 2. I can understand why this is some guns just look like Star Trek weapons. Halo weapons. Like, it looks like a cross... They remind me of, like, Needlers mixed with the beam swords. And plasma pistols, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, some of them don't look great. Some of them, I think, look fine. This, you know, it's getting rid of something. It turns your thing into a thing. I think this is reasonable as a mythic. It's weird. Magebane Lizard. 1 and a red for a 1/4 Lizard. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Magebane deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. Notably, this does hit yourself. Who cares? I mean, they cast a single non-creature spell, they're taking 1 damage. Right? They cast a second one, they're taking 2. Right? This scales very interestingly. If Storm was like an issue anywhere, I think this would be good against it. I don't even remember if you cast the copies or you just put them on the stack, but it doesn't matter because getting up to that, this is going to scale to a point where like it's not good. Like if you cast 3 spells, you've taken what, 6 damage? Yeah. So I could see this card being a sideboard player in certain metas. Take for a ride. 2 in a red. Take for a ride has flash as long as you've committed a crime this turn. This is the crime. I guess this is the secondary crime. She stole something and now she's stealing a horse. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, gains haste until end of turn. It's hilarious. Pillage the Bogue. Black green. For sorcery, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. Put one of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom in any order. You can also plot for 1 black green. So, you know, on turn you don't want to play this on turn 2. Right? You get to look at the top 2. Not great. You might not want to play it on turn 3. Or turn 4. Or even turn 5. Right? So you get to, once you get to 3 mana, you get to be like, all right, I'm just going to put this away for a rainy day. And then the longer the game goes on, right, the more you'll not only the more you'll be able to look at, but the more you'll know what you need, right? Reasonable card. Vince did not like this card. Rhino Brawler. 3 dub green for a 5/5 Rhino Warrior with trample. But wait, there's more. It has reach. Also has plot for 3 and a green. Just like with the Mana Dork, this does not need reach. It just doesn't. This is not a mythic card in terms of feeling mythic, in terms of the complexity of it, in terms of power level, sure. But when that's it, it's a bad mythic. Or as I like to call it, a myth stake. No, I changed it to just mistake because mistake sounded fucking awful. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X 1/1 counters on it, where X is its power. Nobly doesn't buff itself, doesn't matter. It's real good. This goes nicely into my L. It goes nicely into Killith and Rayhan. I would be surprised it does not see play in, like, standard at least. It doesn't need reach. This card is still strong if it doesn't have reach. That's my. Well, it should also not be a mythic. It should be a rare and not have reach. But whatever. Like, this one's cool. Especially because you have this handle here, so that, like, it's not just like an interchangeable. It kind of has a iron sight, right? So this one, it feels gunny enough. Again, this feels strange that it's so close to their fucking hand. But that's how they wanted to design it, with little energy circle, whatever. Anyway, red and white for a 2/3 human merc. Whenever sorcery control deals non-combat damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, draw a card. So this is kind of the reverse adjacent to dealing excess damage. You're now rewarded for dealing exact damage, which is kind of cool. And then you can pay X, tap it. If a sorcery control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals that much damage plus X instead. She allows you to get that value. Now, similar to Kumbal, right? She doesn't do anything by herself. So her costing 2 mana, not that big a deal. She requires you, 1, to deal non-combat damage to things. And 2, or not and 2, but or 2, she allows you to scale your non-combat damage things. So this is cheap, but in my opinion is not like egregious. Geared Mirror of the Wilds. Red, green, white for a 3/3 human shaman with haste. Non-token creatures you control have tap, create a token that's a copy of target token you control that enter the battlefield this turn. This card is fucked. I don't know why this had to be worded so strange. Your creature cards are able to make a token that's a copy of a token that enter this turn. Notably, this works with non-creature tokens. If you make a token that is a copy of something else, you still get to use your creatures to make copies of that token. This card is just so fucking weird. It's so strange. It's so strange. It's strange because you want non-tokens, but also tokens. But you want your tokens to be important enough that you're not attacking with your creatures that you have, or doing anything else that requires them to tap, so that they all have to have like ETB, dies, or static abilities. I don't discard. There's nothing in there, in the middle there. I don't discard. Requisition Raid. It's more terror birds. Single white mana for a sorcerer with Spree. +1, destroy target artifact. +1, destroy target enchantment. +1, put a 1/1 counter on each creature target player controls. It's a good card. It's essentially never dead. Because at worst, which is bad, at worst, it's a 2 mana, put a 1/1 counter on one of your creatures. I guess technically at worst, it's 2 mana, does nothing. Because they kill your creature in response. But it has that like added utility, right? Like this is just good in general in like a +1 counters deck, where you're getting extra benefit from your +1/+1 counters anyway. Where like if your opponent happens to just have something that you do want to get rid of, paying 3 mana to buff your dudes and still destroy something is pretty good. Paying 4 mana, again, that's totally reasonable. Seems like it's really good in Kelith and Rayhan, which is where I'm going to try it. Brimstone Roundup. 1 in a red for an enchantment. Whenever you catch your second spell each turn, make a merc. It also has a plot, 2 in a red. It costs more to plot because the idea is you plot this, and then you get to cast... wait a minute. There are 4 of them here. That is sus. I know, like, there's a horse that was, like, Calamity something that's been revealed. Are they going to have 4 different horses? If not, I'm going to be upset. Looks like a heavy metal album cover. Yeah, it does. Yo, it's a heavy metal country album. So it's like, it's still metal, but it has country substance infused as well. Maybe in some of the instrumentation, maybe in some of the lyrics, but it's cool. Yeah, so there's plot, so you can on a later turn be able to cast a second spell, so you can get the thing. Sure. Notably, this has to be the first. You can't, if you plot this, don't cast a spell and then cast this, because you don't get to see it because it's not on the board yet. You cast this, then your second spell. Scale Storm Invoker, Summoner, whatever. 2 in a red for a 3/3 human warlock. When it attacks, make a 3/1 red dino. If you control, as long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater. There's 3/1s. I don't think I care about them. Treasure Dredger. I hate whoever named this card. 1 in a black for a 2/2 human rouge. 1 tap, pay a life, make a treasure token. It's a repeatable way of making treasure. Sure. It's slow. It's not like infinite repeatable. But it's a repeatable way to make treasure. It's a reliable way. Red Rock Sentinel is a 3 mana 2/4 golem with Defender. 2 mana, sack land, draw a card, and make a treasure. It's a very interesting card. You lose a land, but you have a treasure, so you can still have a little bit of the mana, but you do get to draw a card. It's interesting. It's a 3-mana 2/4. So I think in limited this is pretty good. If you're flooding out, right? Your opponent's end step, you sack a land, you get to draw a card. You don't fully lose that land. You don't fully lose access to that mana. Thanks to the treasure, but like, I mean, if you're flooding out, seems reasonable. Canyon Crab, 1 in a blue for a 0/5 crab. It has 1 in a blue. Canyon Crab gets +2/-2 until end of turn. I never like these effects, but whatever. Beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. Notably, this is not a May. If you did not cast a spell from your hand, you have to draw a card and discard a card. There are several situations where that is not good. Par exemple, you just set up the top of your library. You have no cards left in library, and you don't have a Jace out. You don't have a Lab Maniac out. Goodbye, Mr. Crab. Neutralize the guards. 2 in a black for an instant. Creatures target opponent controls get -1/-1 until end of turn. Surveil 2. This is similar to, but not strictly better than a few other cards like this. It is fine. The flavor text is great. Sheriff of Safe Passage. You've been shot. 2 in a white for a 0/0 human knight with plot. 1 in a white. Sheriff enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it, plus an additional 1/1 counter on it for each other creature you control. 3 mana 1/1. Actively bad. 3 mana 2/2. Still not good. 3 mana 3/3. Literally on rate. In order to be on rate, this needs 2 other creatures. 3 mana 4/4. Finally, some good fucking food. Obviously, what you do is you plot this on turn 2 when you don't have creatures. Then you spam Mercenaries, and then you cast this. Luxurious Locomotive. 5 for a 6/5 vehicle. When it attacks, make a treasure token for each creature that crewed it. Crew 1. Activate only once each turn. The reason it's worded like this is 1, so that vigilance creatures don't get to take advantage of this like for free. And then 2, you're able to, if you were able to activate it how many times, you get to use like 1 crew and then attack, and then you essentially get to decide, oh, okay, cool. My opponent didn't kill this before I got to attack with it. I'm going to crew with a bunch of other creatures, right? So you have to commit initially. But you're always allowed to over-crew, right? So you could theoretically crew it with, like, 5 creatures. So you get to attack and make 5 treasures. This town ain't big enough for the toes. 4 in a blue for an instant. Costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hands. So you can either pay 5 mana at instant speed to bounce 2 things that aren't yours. That's good. 5 mana bounce 2 things, that's good. Or you pay 2 mana to reality whatever. It's like OG Ravnica, I think it was a part of the Dimir guild. You get to bounce one of your things, bounce one of their things. One of your things might have an ETB effect. One of their things might not. Lila. Undefeated Slick Shot. She's cheating. That appears to be cards down her sleeves. Disgusting. 1 blue-red for a 3/3 human rouge with prowess. Whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that spell instead of putting it into the graveyard as it resolves. If you do, it becomes plotted. Sure. She's on the line. Of my cheap commanders are making me mad. I think she's on the line. It requires multicolored instants or sorceries, right? So prowess is general, like, non-creature stuff. But she has a very specific thing that she can use. And luckily, it only cares about casting that stuff from hand. So, I don't know. She's borderline. Fake your own death. 1 in the black. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Return the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you make a treasure. Target creature gains. And you create a treasure. Who the fuck is the you here? I don't know and I don't care. We've seen this card before. Razzle Dazzler. 1. Alright, that's funny. 1 in the blue for a 1/2 human wizard. When you cast your second spell each turn, put a 1/1 counter on Razzle Dazzler. It can't be blocked this turn. Yo, real talk, Razzle Dazzler is a great fucking name. This is what is his name? Fate? No. The loser from Runeterra. I think his name is Fate. In Fate. Bridled Bighorn. 3 and a white for a 3/4 with Vigilance. It's a sheep mount. When it attacks while saddled, make a 1/1 sheep. Saddle 2. It is a mount that if it does a thing while it's mounted, you make a sheep. Is this an innuendo? Maybe. Or maybe the internet has made me sad. Gold Rush. 1 and a green, instant, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, up to 1 target creature you control gets +2/+2 for each treasure you control. At minimum, this is a +2/+2. Could be much higher. It's also kind of strange because it's just like... It's just an instant speed, make a treasure. Oh. Oh, wait, actually. Never mind. If you target something, and then they kill it, because you had a target, this fizzles. I think. Fizzle rules are strange. Demonic Ruckus. 1 and a red for an aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has Menace and Trample. When it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. It has plot for a single red. I mean, yeah, you plot this on turn 1. Turn 2, you play a Deuter. And you're able to just like put it on that immediately. Because even if it dies, you get to draw the card. Not in response, obviously. But even if it dies, you get to draw a card still. Or you can wait till it's able to attack. It's fine. It's a fine card. Baron Bertram Greywater. At your service. 2 white and a black for a 3/4 Vampire Noble. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 black Vampire Rouge token with lifelink. This ability triggers only once each turn. 1 in the black, sack another creature or artifact. Draw a card. Dude is like the epitome of fine. Yeah, legit, just like cool, fine. It's whatever. Karavek the Punisher. 1 dub black for a 3/3 human warlock. Whenever you commit a crime, I love the wording on that. Exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast the copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. Notably, you still have to pay for the card. You are not able to just play it for free. You still have to actually cast the card. I mean that is important to note. My guys is a 3/3. You have to exile it, so you're not able to like keep riding the same thing. Exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard. Oh, I think the card I'm thinking of has Devoid, so it wouldn't be black anyway. Yeah, it's whatevs. Oh, we know what the music is too. Get loud. Rakdos joins up. 3 black, red for a legendary enchantment. ETBs return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. On rate, this works. Right? 5 mana for a sorcery speed reanimate with a little bit of upside. It's roughly what we're getting here. Whenever a legendary creature you control dies, this deals damage equal to that creature's power to target opponent. I'm a little sad that you can't hit yourself. I love hitting myself. Notably, this is dealing the damage, not the creature. So if I have lifelink, you won't get the lifelink. You're technically able to give this lifelink, though. With... God, what are those things called? Rune? Nope. Rune. Yeah, lifelink. No! JK. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature and has lifelink. Man, fuck you. Garbage. Notably, if you turn this into a creature and then it dies, it'll deal damage. So that's kind of funny. This one's fine because like you're able to like rebuy a legendary, so like it's kind of fueling itself, so it's whatevs. Prairie Dog, 1 and a white for a 2/2 squirrel, has lifelink. Mini your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, put a 1/1 counter on Prairie Dog. 4 and a white until end of turn. If you would put 1 or more counters on a creature you control, put that many +1 instead. That is not a once per turn effect. That's not a tap effect. You're able to cast that as many times as you have mana for it. Not casting spells from your hands. There are other places you can cast spells from. Obviously, plot in the set is the main one. But if you cast your commander, you're not casting that from your hand, are you? That said, I don't think this is good enough to even try. In Kelvin Rayhan, the card's like fine. Like on your off turns, you still get something, and you're able to use this on those turns, right? Where you can like do a thing, but meh. Doc Arlock, Grizzled Genius. These are fucking axolotls with... I think these are fairy dragons, but axolotls. Green-blue for a 2/3 bear druid. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less to cast. Plotting cards from your hand cost 2 less to cast. Why does this cost 2 fucking mana? This should not cost 2 mana. Or at least it shouldn't be a 2/3. This is not on the line. This is a stupid card. Because it costs 2. If you want it to be a little beefier, make it cost 4. If you want to make it cost 2, this should be like a 1/2. Like, this shouldn't be able to block something, right? If you want your commander to do something fast and good, it should come with a downside of it's garbage in combat. This can still do things. I hate this card. I like the effect. I hate the card. Pitiless Carnage. 3 and a black for sorcery. Has plot. 1 double black. Sacrifice any number of permanents you control. Draw that many cards. Notably not non-land permanents. Also notably, because you can plot this, right? You can play this on a turn where you're setting up to make a bunch of tokens. You sack those, you get to draw a bunch of cards, or you're doing it in a way where like you desperately need like a specific thing. So you're now able to add like float some mana, sack your lands if you have to, and still be able to cast whatever card you were looking for. I'm not saying that's going to put you in a good situation, but it's a thing that you can do. Caustic Bronco, stop. Stop this madness. 1 and a black for a 2/2 snake horse mount. Stop. Get some help. And a saddle 3. When it attacks, reveal the top card of your library and put it into your hand. You lose life equal to that card's mana value if Cost of Bronco isn't saddled. Otherwise, each opponent loses that much life. You always get the card. You always get the card. It's like Dark Confidant, but active. And you can also use it to hit your opponents in the fucking face. It's not target opponent, it's each opponent. If I'm playing a deck where I know the top card of my library, let's say I'm playing Eureka. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'll just bring up a Eureka. I fudged it. When the heck did I close my... Am I dumb? There it is. Whoops. I did it again. All right. Eureka. When a ninja you control deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. Each opponent loses life equal to that card's mana value. All right, both of these put them in your hand. It's a sort of another Eureka. It's so stupid. If I know the top card, I'm able to just be like, cool, I'm gonna saddle this creature and hit you in the fucking face. Because you can saddle it on turn 3 when it attacks. Because you don't care, right? Like, if you don't care about blocking, you can play a 3-mana 3 power creature, saddle this dang thing up, attack. It's not on combat damage, so even if this creature ends up dying, you still get a card, and you get to dome your opponent potentially. Obviously, if you hit a land, no damage is taken either way, but still, it's loss of life. It's not even damage, so protection doesn't matter. Insanity. This. Calamity. Galloping Inferno. Is a 4 red, 4/6 hasty horse mount. Saddle 1. Just 1. When it attacks while saddled, choose a non-legendary creature that was saddled. What? Oh, the type-out was incorrect. Oh, yeah, what the fudge? Okay, whatever. Choose a non-legendary creature that is saddled at this turn and create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Repeat this process once. Excuse me, what? I get to cast this card on turn 6. It has haste. I get to attack with it immediately. I get to use essentially any creature to saddle it because the saddle cost is 1. Not only do I still functionally get to attack with the creature that I used to saddle it, I get to attack with 2 of them, and I get 2 ATB triggers, and because it is sacrifice, not exile, at the next end step, I get the dice triggers. This card could be a mythic and I would understand. Not necessarily because of power level, but like I think complexity enough puts this there. I do wonder if there are 3 other horses though. This card is gross. Card is gross. Card is gross. Betrayal at the Vault. 4 green for an instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of up to 2 other target creatures. You can hit your own things. Thank you, wizards. It doesn't say opponent's creatures. Cool. I can use my own creature to hit my own shit. Where is that relevant? Stuffy Doll, Brash Taunter, again, True Fire Captain, Vindicator, Vindicator. Yeah. So you can do it to Vindicator. You can't have Vindicator hit itself. It is other target creatures. But you can have one of your own creatures hit Vindicator so that you can hit face, which essentially allows you to just like punch your opponent's face with the creature. So there's some utility in that. Deep Muck Desperado. Hey, look, it's a Homarid. 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Homarid Mercenary. When you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. Boo, you suck. Get off the stage. I mean, this is actually probably fine if you're trying to make a mill deck unlimited. I have no idea if there's enough. Oh, I double click on Betrayal at some point. Rush of Dread. 1 double black for a sorcerer with Spree. +1. Target opponent sacrifices half of their creatures they control. Round it up. +2. Target opponent discards half the cards in their hand. Round it up. +2. Target opponent loses half their life. Round it up. If I'm at 3, or sorry, if I'm at 5, half of my life is 2.5. Round it up. It's 3. If I'm at 1, half of my life is 0.5. Round it up. That's 1. So this can kill players. This is a strange version of Pox, essentially. Smallpox. The fact that it costs 3 baseline makes me sad, but I get it. I mean, for 4 mana, it is sorcerer speed. I do wish that this didn't cost 3 to begin with. Yeah, I really wish this was just black. And then, like, a different way they could have made this more difficult is just give these black requirements, right? So make it black, and just have, like, it be 1 in a black, 1 in a black, single black. Because that makes it harder to cast generally, but you're still able to, like, just, like, paying 4 mana for this to get half of your opponent's creatures is not, it doesn't feel good when you, like, the rate is your opponent's creatures are gone. 5/8 to do all of this? Yeah. It's so close to being reasonable, but the one right here is dragging it down. Helicourser. 2 and a red for a 4/2 lizard mount. When it attacks while saddled, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. It's saddled 1. It works in the saddle deck. It works with the 4 power deck thing. Omen Port Vigilante. 1 and a white for a 2/2 human merc. It has double strike as long as you've committed a crime this turn. It's funny because this is a good person who does better when you commit a crime. You'd think it would do better if an opponent committed a crime, but whatever. Math Frontier, 3 and a green. This is circuitous routes except for deserts. You can get 2 basic lands and or deserts. Put them in tapped. Sure. Laughing Jasper Flint. 1 black-red for a 4/3 Lizard Rouge. The creatures you control but don't own are mercs in addition to their other types. Yeah, that makes sense. If you control them but you don't own them, probably mercenaries. Beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards of target opponent's library, where X is the number of outlaws you control. Till end of turn, you may cast spells from among those cards, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. The bigger his posse, the more he can do, which is just fantastic flavor. Where is he on the commander hate list? You have to get back to your upkeep. You still have to cast the things. All that cares about is your outlaws. So even then, like, the first ability doesn't necessarily matter. I'd say I'd prefer if this was 4 mana. It's on the negative side, but closer to the line than not. Blood Hustler. 1 and a black for a 1/1 Vampire Rouge. Whenever you commit a crime, put a 1/1 counter on this. The ability triggers only once each turn. Then you can 3 in a black, target opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. She enables herself. Pay 4 mana, you get a counter on this, and you get to drain your opponent. Notably, you can use this multiple times. You shouldn't do it multiple times on your turn. What you can do is, if you have 8 mana, because you flooded out and limited, for example, you can use it on your turn, make this a 2/2. Then on your opponent's turn, make it a 3/3. You've gained 2 life, your opponent has lost 2 life, and your 1/1 is now a 3/3. That's just going to get better as the game goes on. Seems decent limited. Especially in the crime deck. Mystical Tether, 2 and a white for an enchantment. You may cast it as though it has flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. It ETBs, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until this leaves. It's a Banishing Light with downside and upside. The upside is you're able to cast it instant speed. The downside is you can only hit an artifact or creature. It's fine. One Last Job. 2 and a white for a sorcerer with Spree. +2. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So for 5 mana, you rebuy a creature. That is on rate. +1. Return target mount or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Notably, mounts are creatures. So if you have a specific creature you want to get back that happens to be a mount, look at that, it only costs 4. +1. Return target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to a creature you control. So for 6 mana, you can get a creature and a mount. For 6 mana, you can also get a creature and, an aura or equipment. For 7 mana, you get all that stuff. You can just pay 5, get back either 1 creature or a mount and an aura. This card's very versatile. I don't think there'll be a mount deck by itself, but I could see a mount vehicle deck being a thing for Commander. This still works in like Voltron decks because you can get back auras or equipments. You get back like the best creature. Excuse me. You're essentially able to like rebuy some ETBs in like a Voltron style deck where like you're getting an extra an ETB of that stupid samurai that searches your library for an equipment and puts it into play. I can see it. Don't remember its name. Yeah, I like the majority of the spree cards so far. Breaches, the Blastmaster. 1 blue-red for a 3/3 Goblin Pirate with Monache. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, flip a coin. When you win the flip, copy the spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. When you lose the flip, Breaches deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. This is on the side of I don't like this card. Yes, you have to do something else, which is cast a second spell. Yes, you have to have an artifact. But copying the thing and being able to deal damage to anything, that's fine. Why does this have Menace? Lose Menace and this card is fine. There's like zero reason for this card mechanically to have Menace. Or at least make it a 2/2. I'm sick of Wizards making cheap commanders that are like just better than playing a 5 or 6 drop. It makes me sad. Bucolic Ranch. Bucolic is the word for like prairie-like, pastoral. There's a bunch of different fucking animals from a bunch of different places, it looks like. It's a desert. Tap to add a colorless. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana to only cast a mount spell. It makes sense that this isn't mount and vehicle. Yeah. 3 and tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a mount card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you don't, you may put it on the bottom. We've seen similar stuff to this. That like you get to look at the top. If it's a thing, you can put it in your hand. If it's not a thing, you get to decide if you want to draw it still. It's cool. Inventive Wingsmith. 2 and a white for a 2/4 Dwarf Artificer. Beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and this doesn't have a flying counter on it, put a flying counter on it. Sure. It's fine. It's like the definition of fine. Oasis Gardener. 3 mana for a 2/2 Scarecrow. Hey, more Scarecrow support. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color. It's a Myr. Or a Mir, as they're supposed to be. No, they're named after myrmidons. It's fucking myrrh. Voracious Varmint. This is just a weird-looking skunk. 1 and a green for a 2/2 Varmint with Vigilance, and pay a mana, sack it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. So there's Caustic Caterpillar, which is a 1 mana 1/1, but it costs 2 to sack it. Okay, and there is I don't remember. It's Bloom something, man. Canker Bloom. 2 mana for a 3/2. It doesn't have Vigilance, but you are able to also proliferate. It's a little stronger. You know what? It's fine. There's so many bears with upside nowadays. It just makes me sad that bears are just trash. Reach for the Sky. 3 and a green for an aura with flash. Enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has reach. When it is put in the graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Cool. I hope that they continue kind of printing this part at the bottom here. That or, like, when Reach for the Sky is put into the graveyard from... They would have to reference the stack, and I know they don't like doing that, but, like, from the stack, get something. Yeah, it's fine. Rodeo Pyromancers. 3 and a red for a 3/4 human merc. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, add red. This is good for the decks that want to cast a second spell, because you cast your first one, and you get some mana to cast your second one. So let's say you have this on turn 4, turn 5. You have 5 mana, right? And you have a 3-drop and a 4-drop. Yeah. You play the 3-drop. You get 2 more mana. Wow, 2 + 2 is 4. You can play your 4-drop. It's cool. And you can also funnel this into something else. It's fine. Outlaws Fury. 2 and a red for an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If you control an outlaw, exile to top card of your library until end of turn. Until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Yeah, this is the 3 mana +2 spell. With upside. Or set mechanic, or both. Explosive Derailment is a red instant with Spree. +2. It deals 4 damage to target creature. +2, destroys an artifact. So a Braid always costs 2. But you can only ever destroy an artifact or deal 3 damage to a thing. This, you get to choose to overpay, frankly, for artifact removal. Or essentially overpay for creature removal. 3 mana for 4 damage is not too far from rate. So, it's fine. Nope. Peerless Ropemaster. The internet has ruined my... I have no innocence anymore. 4 and a blue for a 4/4 human rouge. When ETBs return up to 1 target tapped creature to its owner's hand. Doesn't have flash. Cool. We've seen some other effects like this recently. You'll see this on 5 mana blue creatures. You get to bounce some things. Notably, you're able to bounce your own thing if it's tapped. You can rebuy an ETB trigger or something. You can give Pseudo Vigilance if you have the mana for it. Failed Fording. 1 and a blue for an instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control a desert, surveil 1. Hey, it's not unsummon. I don't remember the generic 1 and a blue instant return a thing. But is that what's that mechanic? I mean, this is a nod to the Oregon Trail. I think it's hilarious. I mean, these effects are legitimately not terrible. You know, in limited, if you get double blocked, bouncing a creature to get them. It's quite good. If you are facing lethal, you can bounce something so that you're not going to die. If you happen to have a desert, you get to surveil, which will set up your next turns again, so you don't fucking die. Or so you can press the advantage if you've removed something of your opponent's. This can, if you have, let's say you have a 2/2 flyer and a 1/1 dork on the ground, right? Your opponent has like a 6/6 lifelink creature, right? But they're at 2. One of the things that you can do is, sure, you can bounce their creature, right? And then, cool, they can't attack, whatever. But a thing that you're able to do in different circumstances, for example, if that creature initially wasn't a 5/5 with lifelink, if it became that large after you've blocked and they need, or after you've blocked, sorry, and they need that life, you can bounce your own creature so they don't gain that life. It's fine. No. Sterling Keykeeper, 1 and a white for a 2/2 human merc, 2 and tap target non-mountain creature. It's the Ballynock Tapper. Cactus Sure Shot. My man's head is growing out in the shape of a cowboy hat. 2 red-green for a 4/4 plant mercenary with reach and ward 2 for some reason. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain trample and haste until end of turn. I think this is supposed to be the signpost in common. What the fuck? This seems so much better than a lot of the other ones. What are you doing, Wizards? It has reach. That's fine. It has the 4 power thing. Sure. It happens to all other creatures. Cool. It happens to give them trample as well as haste. Whatever. It's good. Why the fuck does this have ward 2? You play this on turn 4. It's going to kill you. Like, if I have a 2-mana removal, right? My opponent plays this on turn 4. It costs my entire turn to put this back into their hand. And then they're able to just do it again next turn. All I've done is essentially drawn a card. If I can't, because I have a 3-mana or 4-mana removal spell, because that's the average rate you'll see in Limited, I can't kill this. And they're able to. And then they're able to just fucking play a 5-drop and smack you in the face with it. This card seems nuts. Nope. Bounding Felidar. 5 and a white for a 4/7 cat beast mount with saddle 2. When it attacks while saddled, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. You gain 1 life for each of those creatures. Notably, this doesn't care about the creatures needing to have saddled this, so you're always going to get the 1/1 counter. You're going to get the 1/1 counters on all of your other creatures. Excuse me. It doesn't need to be saddled by itself. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it costs 6 mana. I don't know if this is good in Limited. Ferocification. 2 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your combat, choose 1. Dark creature control gets +2/+0 until end of turn, or dark creature control gains menace and haste until end of turn. This card seems pretty cool. Yeah, this card seems pretty cool. Notably, it can make a creature 4 power for some of your other effects. Ariet the Beguiler. 1 white, blue, black for a 4/4 human warlock with a lifelink. Whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to that aura's mana value, gain control of that permanent for as long as that aura is attached to it. This is easily on the side of why does this cost only 4 mana? It's a 4/4 with lifelink, and it says less than or equal to. Remove literally any of these, and at least it's near the line. Why? Why the fuck? But Justin, the thing that you get, which notably is not just a creature, it's a non-land permanent. it has to have a mana value less than the thing that you casted mana value. And it says equal. It says or equal to. I can play like a fucking armadillo cloak on a 3/3. Well, not in this deck, but whatever. Is mine. Because the thing is, you don't have to play negative auras. You just play positive auras. And do you know what you do if your opponent is not playing creatures? You just put the positive auras on Ariette and turn it into a fucking Voltron deck. Because she's a 4/4. This card should cost 5 or be like a fucking 2/2. It's insane. Archmage's Newt is 1 in a blue for a 2/2 Salamander mount. When it deals combat damage to a player, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. That card gains flashback 0 until end of turn. Instead, if the Newt was saddle 3, it's Splashcaster Mage. So that's as good as I get. This one has to deal damage. The fucking snake creature only had to attack. So this is worse just in general. I think they have the same saddle cost. Yeah. I don't think this is as strong as the black one. I think it's still an interesting card. And possibly good. I just don't think it's... I shouldn't say strong as. It's not as easy to get the trigger. Claim Jumper. Haha, because it's a bunny. 2 and a white for a 3/3 rabbit mercenary with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you may search the library for 1 plains card. Put it onto the battlefield, tapped. Notably, not basic. Just a plains card. Put it on the battlefield, tapped. Then, if an opponent controls more lands than you, repeat this process once. Cool. Let's say I go second. My opponent plays their 4th land. On my turn, I played the bunny. I have 3 lands. My opponent has 4. I get to put a land, search for a land, put it into play. Then I get to play my land for turn. Let's say the only lands I have are tap lands. So I wasn't going to be able to use that mana from this anyway. Cool. Obviously, this is also good in like multiplayer, where like you have 5, and then there's a single ramp player who has like 7. Yeah, 7. You get 2 fucking lands. This is plains. There are some plains that are interesting. Obviously, you have like the tri-lands. You have duels, but then there's like misfill plains as an example. So, Becca, Splitter of Seconds. She's so cool. I don't know where she's from though. We don't know where she's from. I remember looking it up the other day. Yeah. 4 mana 2/5 with Menache. She's an ogre warlock. Whenever she deals combat damage to a player, you get that many additional upkeep steps after this phase. So, I love both of her cards because they both deal with like turn stuff. That's cool. I like when Wizards references like meta things. She only costs 4. But she doesn't do anything by herself. She does have Menace, which makes it harder for your opponent to block, but she does only have 2 power, so you need to make her stronger if you want to get many more additional upkeeps. Hello, Arlo. I think she's fine. Yeah, because she doesn't do anything on your upkeep. She's not the engine and the payoff, right? She allows you to get some upkeeps. You still have to work for it. Like Menace helps, but like she only has 2 power. Like you still have to work for it to get anything more than like 2 generally. I think this is fine. Raucous Entertainer. 1 and a green for a 2/2 plant bard. Pay 1, tap it, put a 1 counter on each creature you control at the end of the battlefield this turn. This works with creatures that have plot. This works if you are putting out a bunch of tokens. It's also A grizzly bear with upside. This set has so many fucking grizzly bears. Stoic Sphinx. This is almost certainly a Therosian Sphinx, based on the headdress especially, but the armor. 2 dub blue for a 5/3 flash flying Sphinx. I was going to say splash. Too many fucking S's. Stoic Sphinx has hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn. Notably, it counts itself. The turn it comes in, it does not have hexproof. If you want this to have hexproof, to be hard to remove, you cannot cast a spell. If you cast a spell, get F on. This thing has shields down. I don't like it because it's a fucking 4-mana flash flyer in blue that has 5 fucking power. That's why I don't like it. The hexproof part is whatever. The fact that this marker is just like 5 power in blue at instant speed that has evasion, that's what annoys me. Nurturing Pixie. Single white for a 1/1 Fairy Rouge. Has flying. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a 1/1 counter on the Pixie. You control. Okay. You control. I was very confused for a moment. I mean, you get to rebuy an ETB while making this bigger. It's whatever. Boombox. Haha. 2-mana artifact. 6 tap sack it. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I like that this exists generally. I think this is probably going to be a reasonable play in Commander. Trash the town. That's just rude. Is he trying to wear part of the roof as a hat? Whatever, single green for an instant with Spree. +2, put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. +1, target creature gains trample until end of turn. +1, until end of turn, target creature gains when this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. If nothing else, it's a permanent combat trick. Insofar as, like, you get to keep the +2. If you have a large creature that's just being chump blocked, you get to be like, ha, nah. I'll pay 2 mana. I get to trample over. If the creature's just, like, straight up not blocked, and you need some cards, 2 mana for that. Or, of course, you can spend 5 to get the whole package and anything in between. I still like Spree cards in general. Hollow Marauder. Hello, Mafada. 6 in a black, 4/2 Spectre Rogue. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Okay. It has flying. When it enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of those opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. Why does this initially cost 7? Because it's not the easiest thing, at least in limited, to get a ton of creatures in your yard. So if you have 3 creatures, this is still 5? No, it's 4. You know, no, this is the correct cost. Full steam ahead. 3 dub green for a sorcery. Until end of turn, each creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample, and this creature can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. It's overrun, but slightly different. Overrun effects are generally fine. Shepherd of the Clouds, 4 and a white for a 4/3 Pegasus with flying and vigilance. When it ETBs, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Return that card to the battlefield instead if you control a mount. It's funny that this one is a mount. You can tell because it has a fucking saddle and a harness, but this one isn't. Have there been any notable cards so far? There have been a few, kind of early on though. Lots of cool things for decks that I have. So there's been a lot of like good +1/+1 counter cards. There's been at least one good Death and Taxes card. Whether or not it'll fit remains to be seen. But yeah, there've been a few things. I don't think I've seen anything particularly good for like Timeless though. Sandstorm Verge. It's a desert. Tap out of colors, or 3 and tap. Target creature can't block this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Haha, fuck you. You can't block me. Well, you can't block me. You can. Akul the Unrepentant. Double black, double red. For a legendary creature, Scorpion Dragon Rogue. What the fuck? Okay. It's a 5/5 with flying and trample. It's a 4-mana 5/5 flying trample. That is fine because it's double black, double red. Sacrifice 3 other creatures. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. This can only be activated once per turn as a sorcery. I beg your pardon, partner? I'm just going to play Dragon Fodder effects and put dragons into play. I mean, you can only do it once per turn. That's cool. Tale of Sauron? Yo. I would not have noticed that. Yeah. I mean, like, in the lore, though, like, that's a gun tail, which is strange, but this card is cool. I don't think it should be a rogue. I think it should be a warlock. It's weird that it's a rogue. I feel like this should be a warlock. Metamorphic Blast. It's a blue instant with spree. +1. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a white rabbit with base power and toughness 0/1. Or +3. Target player draws 2 cards. So for 4 mana instant speed, you get to draw 2 cards. Or I guess you can force your opponent to. Whatever. You can turn the thing into a loser. Or for 5 total mana, you get to do both. It's cool. Again, I still love the spree card so far. Gold Vein Hydra. Oh, this is the snake that she was talking about. Why the fuck is this the Hydra? Why the fuck is this not a snake? Why do we have a horse snake, but this doesn't count as a snake Hydra? We've had snake Hydras before! Why is this not a snake? That has to be a mistake, right? X and a green for a 0/0 Hydra. With vigilance, trample, and haste. Jesus. Okay. It enters the battlefield X 1/1 counters on it. When it dies, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to its power. So for 4 mana, I have a 3/3 vigilance, trample, haste that gives me treasure back when it dies, so that the next one I cast is even bigger. The only reason this is mythic is because of power level, and that pisses me off. Other than that, it's cool art. Should be a snake. It appears. Yeah, they're slow. This is what I need to do. Yes, it appears that we are fully caught up on normal Outlaws. My throat hurts. How long have I been talking? Where's my time thing? I don't know. Oh, 4 hours and 50 minutes. Jesus Christ. But first, I'm going to talk about some of the other things. I'm fairly certain that Scryfall is up to date with the other things. So for the commander set, we got Yuma, Proud Protector, 5 red, green, white for a 6/6 human ranger. Costs 1 less to cast for each land card in your graveyard. Often you'll see Jund as the lands in graveyard matters. So this is kind of cool. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice a land. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so yeah, you like makes himself a little bit cheaper on the next time, and it replaces the land. Yeah, it's fine. Whenever a desert card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, cool. So this works with the cycling deserts. Make a 4/2 green plant warrior creature token with reach. So let's say I'm playing a full set of fetch lands. I'm playing some mulches as well. I'm sure someone smart can do the math on like the average deck that happens like that is run with this card in mind. How much this will cost on average the first time you cast it. As the game goes on, I would assume that this actually becomes easier to cast because you could just like mass dump lands. Card's reasonable. Setiawan Wildcard. That smirk is weird. 1 blue red for a 2/4. The fuck is this a 2/4? Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, exile the top card of your library until end of your next turn. You may play that card. Tap it. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if you've cast 3 more spells this turn. Okay. She does nothing by herself. She's fine. It's weird that she's a 2/4. Excuse me. But in order to get value off the first ability, you have to have cast at least 2 spells. It makes it easier for her to cast 2 spells next turn, but not guaranteed. You can play the land from it, which is nice. But in order to copy an instant or sorcery, you've had to have cast 3 or more spells. So I think, and it's tap, so she's fine. I think she's fine at her cost. Olivia, Opulent Outlaw. 1 red, white, black for a 3/3 vampire assassin. She has flying and lifelink. Whenever 1 or more outlaws you control deal combat damage to a player, make a treasure. No cost. Tab copy is struck no matter what. You had needing to have cast 3 or more spells, I think, is a sufficient drawback for me not to be upset with this card. So I don't know how long you were here for it, but I am upset with some of the cost of commanders just like going so low that like it makes like 5 mana, 6 mana, especially 7 mana commanders just like damn near useless in comparison. But I think she doesn't do anything enough by herself. I think she needs you to be playing a sufficient number of other things to get kind of any value. Now, obviously, it could just be like, I play a cantrip into an actually big spell. You still have to cast the big spell, right? Like, because nothing is free here, I think it's fine. Anyway, whenever 1 or more outlaws you control do a combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Notably, you'll only ever get 1 of these. 3 mana, sacrifice 2 treasures, put 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. You can get a treasure the turn she comes in. It costs 3 mana and the sacrifice of 2 treasures to put 2 counters on your squad. You can only do it at sorcery speed. You can do it as many times as you need to. She's on the line for me. I think she's probably fine. Yeah. Gaunty Canny Acquisitor. Okay. 2 black, green, blue for a 5/5 Aetherborn Rogue. Spells you cast but don't own. Cost 1 less to cast. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, look at the top card of that player's library, then exile it face down. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. This card's fine. It's weird because there are 2 different like color combinations that do this effect. It's Sultai and Grixis. The base obviously is the blue-black. But I think, at least right now, red adds more than green does for this, like, effect. Still a cool card. Alright, so that's Commander. Now, the special guest cards are going to be in packs. If I recall correctly, they're going to be on Arena, but they are never legal in Standard. They will be legal in Timeless for sure. I am uncertain about Historic. Let's talk about some of these. Do I want to... Yeah, I do. I mean, these are, like, cards that already exist, so all I'm really going to talk about is, like, how I think they might add to Explorer. Desert. Deals 1 damage to target attacking creature. Activate only during the end of combat. So you had to have, like, taken the damage from this already. This is not going to have an impact, I don't think, unless you need more untapped deserts. Notion Thief. 2 blue, white, or, you know, I'm actually going to read these cards because these are cards that already exist. Notion Thief, like, steals draws from your opponents. I don't know if this will see play because of Bowmasters. Like, Bowmasters competes with this on 2 different levels. One, this kills, like, Bowmaster just murders this. But 2, if your opponent is attempting to draw a second card, right, then you cast this, and then you get to draw that card. Your opponent can, like, respond with the Bowmasters. Sideboard King. I can definitely see it in certain situations. My main issue, honestly, is just that Bowmasters punishes draws a little bit easier, at least because it's 2 mana, right? I mean, I like Notion Thief. I'm curious to see if it'll find its place anywhere in Timeless. Mystic Stake. Q. We have Frilled Mystic, I think, from, like, Ravnica Allegiance, I want to say. This one's Mystic Snake. Right now, we don't really have a blue-green tempo, a blue-green flash deck, I don't think. I don't think this is going to be what, like, sets it over the top. Great art, though. Scapeshift. This already exists. Port Razor. This is a cool way to do the gun thing. That's a good way to do the gun thing. I don't see this making a splash. If these are legal in Historic Brawl, maybe. But I don't see this doing anything, really. Desertion. I mean, it's funny. I think it just costs too much. I don't think it's gonna matter in Timeless. Morbid Opportunist. I don't think it's gonna matter in Timeless, like, at all. This does, like, nothing. This is, like, actually nothing. Brazen Bar we already have. Stoneforge. There's potential to make kind of a Stoneblade deck where you're running a few strong equipment. You're running Stoneforge. You're running things like Thoughtseize, Orcish Bowmasters, some removal here. You could do Esper Stoneblade and have, like, card filtering. You could do Jun Stoneblade? No, not Jun, sorry. Mardu Stoneblade. to have some of the strong equipment, like Embercleave, for example. You could do Abzan, Stoneblade. They're just some good green creatures. I think this will be interesting and historic. With regards to death and taxes, I don't know if we have an equipment strong enough to want to play this necessarily. Because we don't have Batter Skull, right? No. Wait a minute. Am I dumb? No, I'm not dumb. Yeah, we don't have Batterskull or Cauldron. So those are like the two main things that are best with Stoneforge. Obviously, like, swords are still fine, but the swords of blank and blank aren't, especially the ones that we have on Arena, aren't as impactful. So whether or not this will be good enough, I don't know. Grindstone. As long as we don't get Painter Servant, if we get Painter Servant, Timeless is going to be interesting, for damn sure. That's that, yeah. I mean, if we don't have that, this is not seeing play anywhere. I'll go Thief of Crowns is banned, except for Timeless. It's already on Arena, so. Meta Drain. Honestly, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if Wizards decided to ban this in Timeless, but if it isn't, I can see this being very fucking annoying. Yeah, this is just like the most fucking annoying thing. Yeah, this just seems like it'll be the worst. Dust Bowl. Blow stuff up. I don't think this will see play anywhere except for Historic Brawl, if it comes to Historic Brawl, and I don't know that it will. Okay. Clear Shot. Already exists. Very strange that we're getting this, but whatever. Path to Exile. Huge. Absolutely huge. So we have swords, and in general, you're going to think, but swords is just, like, better, right? In most situations, yes. In some situations, for example, if you have, I don't know, an Avid Mind Sensor, this is better. Especially if you're playing a Death and Taxes deck that needs to win via combat damage. You're not giving your opponent life. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this out in Death and Taxes. I would love Leonin Arbiter on Arena at some point. Wizards, please. But for now, it's whatevs. I double-clicked multiple times, it seems. Crime and Punishment. I don't think it will matter. Like, technically, you can rebuy, like, if you like counter their Omniscience, you can put Omniscience into play for you, but, and this is mana value X, not mana value X or less, so I don't think Crime and Punishment is going to matter. We already have Thoughtseize. Okay. Big Score, if I recall correctly, will be standard legal. And obviously it'll also be Historic and Timeless legal. By name, please. I'm doing it by name because they can double up on Scryfall. Nexus of Becoming. 6. Should probably do that. Swage. Nexus of Becoming. 6-mana artifact. Beginning of combat on your turn. Draw a card. Then you may exile an artifact or creature card from your hand. If you do, create a token that's a copy of the exiled card, except it's a 3/3 golem, in addition to its other types. Interesting. I don't know how to, like, parse this card. I mean, if nothing else, like, it does just draw you a card. Can be an artifact or a creature. The stats aren't going to be able to matter, so it'll have to be its abilities that matter. It's interesting. I don't know if it'll be similar to like the Immortal Sun in Commander. Voltec Matter Weaver, 2 and a white. Those are dope. 2 and a white for a 2/4 human artificer. When you cast a creature spell, choose one. Create a gnome, or create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. It's interesting. If nothing else, card goes wide. It's similar to Monastery Mentor, except instead of non-creatures, it's creatures. If you have bigger creature tokens, you can, artifact tokens, you can get that. It works nicely with, like, making token copies of your big artifacts. It's an interesting card. Time will tell. Sword of Wealth and Power. Ha ha ha. 3 mana artifact equipment. Equip 2. Equip creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from instants and sorceries. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Having protection from instants and sorceries generally makes it better against targeted removal. But the other swords having protection from colors makes it easier for you to get in to deal damage. That said, these effects, in my opinion, don't matter as much. You get a treasure, which is cool, nice, whatever. That treasure can help you pay for instant sorceries, but, like, I don't know. It feels like a mess. Because, like, you've got to play this. You need creatures to equip this to. Yeah, I that is disturbing and dope at the same time. I don't see this being high up in the sword cycle. Torpor Orb. This is interesting. Will it see play in Timeless? We have creatures that do the same thing, but they're both white. So this does give a sideboard option for non-white decks. Attrax is the main thing that I think about for this. I don't think it'll be super widespread unless we get some more things that matter. Transmutation Font, 5 mana for artifact. Tap, create your choice of a blood token, a clue token, or a food token. Notably with assembly. The Academy Manufacturer, you get all of them. I'm just not really looking at this art, and I don't like it. Or you can pay 3, tap it, sack 3 artifact tokens with different names, search your library for an artifact card, put on the battlefield, then shuffle, activate only as a sorcery. This is similar to Kuldotha Forge Master. That's a creature, so it has summoning sickness, so you're not able to do it immediately. That doesn't feed itself, right? Like, this allows you to make tokens. This requires them to be Artifact tokens, they do have to have different names. It's so cool. I think it had to be in a specific style of deck, just because they have to have different names. Like, I think that's the biggest hurdle. If you're playing a deck that like is already tutoring for artifacts, and you're like you're already playing Academy Manufacturer, then like this is every other turn. Get whatever fucking artifact that you want. Jeebless. Daniel. Cooler Daniel. That is a metal card, dude. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This is what I wanted to talk about. And honestly, the normal ones, the again, Spinosaurus is better. I shouldn't say better, I should say cooler. Vault-Born Tyrant. 5 double green for a 6/6 trampling dino. Whenever it or another creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, gain 3, draw a card. Nice. When Vault-Born Tyrant dies, if it's not a token, create a token that's a copy of it, except as an artifact in addition to its other types. You have to kill this thing twice. And fucking both times. You gain 3 and draw a card. This card is so cool. Obviously dope in dinosaur decks. This is going straight into my L. I kind of have to give up on my L ever being a beast deck again, because Wizards refuses to print good beasts that have 5 or more power. Whatever. We need more OP high-end dinos. Do I think this is overpowered? It's definitely powered. Like, for sure it's powered. Is it overpowered? It might be. It depends on the tools that Standard has access to. That's the main place that I would consider this overpowered. I mean, actually, like, even in Commander, anything power 4 or greater, like, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, maybe this should have cost like 4 red, white, green or something, just like make it more restrictive. 4 quad green even, or not trip green, be 3 quad green. Obviously, like, it doesn't matter if you cast it, but Sun's avatar goes off. Yeah. It's dope. It's a dope card. It's a dope card. With that, I have talked about all of the first week of Thunder Junction cards. It only took me 5 hours. Yeah. The VOD will stay up on YouTube as long as YouTube doesn't get mad at me for playing what is allegedly copyright-free music. Yeah. My throat is dead. I'm going to consume food and see if my bud wants to play some Elden Ring. If not, I'm just going to play a bunch of Bolas. Thanks for hanging out. Tell me what. Are there comments on this? I don't fucking know. What cards are you looking for most out of these things? What do you hate, etc., etc. Peace out.